Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome back to the cafe. We are back again. It is Tuesday night, September 17th, 2024, and here we are again. Thank you guys for joining me. A long day today, folks. Long day. I'll explain it here in just a few. Today, guys, we're going to open this up to an open discussion about everything true crime. When everything is going on in the true crime world, I'll leave it to you to throw things at me for us to discuss. I want to hear what you guys have to say and what you guys think about what's been going on in the true crime world today. It's all up to y'all. Let's see what we can get into. Let's start us a good old conversation tonight and do this right. I'm a poet and didn't even know it. You hear that? All them rhyming words. Let's do this thing, you guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all so very much for joining me tonight here at the cafe. I appreciate you all coming back and hanging with me again. Again, guys, it's late in the night. I know it, and I had a crazy long day today. Mr. Caden and his band fundraiser, they're selling moms. Well, guess what? Dad got to do all day today is I got to pass out mums to all the people that bought them. Yippee. Otherwise, I'd have been in here earlier this afternoon. So, thank y'all for joining me tonight and for being here when I couldn't be here earlier. I appreciate that very much. So, thank you. All right. I've always wanted the leg lamp. I got all sorts of Halloween light bulbs and stuff. Just trying different lighting. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. Whatever. So yeah, we had to pass out mums all day. And it was one of the deals where I had no idea it was happening until it happened. I got a phone call and said, "Hey, Dad, guess what? The mums are in." And we got to go pick them up and pass them out. Right now? Yeah. I'll be right there. That's where I've been all day, passing out flowers to people. So that this child can have whatever they had the fundraiser for in band. I have no idea. Whatever. He's happy. Everybody else is happy. Here I am. Welcome, everybody. Looks like there's 46 beautiful peeps in here. 25 likes. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Please, let's try to get them likes up. I don't think I've been in an algorithm for a month now. So let's try to get us up in that algorithm somehow, guys, if we can. Share this out to all of your social media accounts that you believe anybody might jump on in here with us, if you will. Please and thank you. Appreciate that very much. Speaking of you, peeps, let's see who we got in here with us tonight. I appreciate you guys for joining us once again. Mr. Phil Biggs, great to see you. Cassie is back in the house. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Cassie. Good to see you. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks. Always a pleasure to see you, lovely lady. Thank you so much for being here. My Doodlebug dropping in the house with us as well tonight. Thank you so much for being here, Duty. Crime Spy 2024 is in the house. Welcome to you. Great to see you tonight. Steven's Adventures. Hello, and welcome back to you. Michelle Weddle, great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Rowena in the house. What's going on, Ro? Great to see you. Great to have you here. Brutally Honest, welcome back to you, darling. Great to see you tonight. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I hope you all had a wonderful day. I do. Sunshine's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here, Sunshine. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Steven from Steven's Adventures is in the house. What's going on? Brandy B, my OG, in the house. Good to see you, Miss Brandy. I hope you're having a wonderful day as well, and thank you for joining us. And that goes to all of y'all that are part of the Blue Crew. Thank you so much for being here and doing this with us tonight once again, because we all know that I could not, would not, nor should not ever try to do this without them, because they make it happen. Speaking of the Blue Crew, speaking of the greatest, speaking of the beautiful people, looks like my brother Mikey's back in the house. Good to see you again, Mikey. Good to have you. Good to see you. Miss Hope Floats, welcome back, Val. Great to see you tonight. Random the Dime, thank you for joining us. Yellow to you. Alicia J, always a pleasure to see you, my dear. Thank you for joining us tonight as well. Let's see here. Manum. Maybe not. Miss Victoria, Angel, and Kano in the house. Good to see you, Miss Victoria. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the picture. Beautiful cat you have there. She is lovely. Good golly, almighty Lord, have mercy. Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you tonight, Miss Molly. Thank you for joining us. Chick Bait back in the house again tonight. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Groot, what's going on with you? Good to see you tonight. Thank you for being here. Miss Crazy Linda's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Linda. We appreciate you so very much. I hope you know that. Let's see. Leslie and Billy's in the house. What's going on, Leslie? Good to have you. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us tonight. Jeffrey H., my friend and yours. Mr. Guitar's in the house. Good to see you, Jeffrey. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful day, brother, and it's great to see you again in the house. Thank you for being here. Let me see who we got here now. Did I miss anyone? Squishy Bum coming from over the pond. Good to see you tonight, Squishy. I hope you're having a wonderful night. It must be late there where you're at, or very early in the morning. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to jump in here with the rest of us. We do appreciate you very much. Midwest, how are ya? Great to have you here. Great to see you. I think I got everybody. I think. Let's see. This usually, if I start doing the little humming thing, it usually works. Somebody up here. Do. Nah, I won't do that. It drives you guys nuts. I know it does. I think I got everybody. I'm looking. We got 50 people in the house. 36 likes, guys. Let's make that match if we can. Please, baby. Please make it match if we can. And thank you so much for that. Crime Spy. It is great to have you here, Midwest. We do appreciate you very much. Please, again, I love seeing new faces always. For those of you that are newer here that don't pop in so often, please share this out through your social media accounts. Thomas Sharp, I see you. And yes, my brother, I have my coffee. I always have my coffee when I have coffee. That's right, Miss Cassie. Do. Mana. Thank you, Miss Molly, for adding that part. I'm glad you got your coffee too, Mr. Sharp. Appreciate you being here with us tonight as well. Let me see here. It's a full moon. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let the crazies come out. So today, you guys, as you noticed, I'm having a wide open discussion. Thank you, Miss Hat, for Miss Doodle. Anybody interested in any kind of True Crime Cafe merchandise, click on that link right there. You can pick up all sorts of interesting stuff from the cafe right there on that link. Miss Doodlebug has on screen for us right now. Welcome, Miss Elizabeth. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you so much. And like I said, all sorts of interesting merchandise in there. If you want to pick something up, jump in that link, check it out, see what you can find. And if you can't find it, let us know. We might be able to find it for you or make it for you. Thank you for putting that in, Doodle. I appreciate that very much. Do 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 do. No, you're not. Do 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 do. Manum. She went through the whole thing right there. How about that? No, that's Doodle. The bork bork bork. Yes. Let's see here. Let me see. Supermoon, and we won't be able to see it. Yes, it was foggier than hell last night. I tried to go look for it. Work the perk. I don't know, Cass. I don't know. Hey, Miss SRB in the house. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you for joining us tonight, SRB. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Hope you're having a great night. I hope you all had a wonderful day filled with nothing but everything good, folks. And tonight, as always, we're going to close out the night the right way, together, the way it should always be. Where I get to hang with the best people on YouTube. That is all of you. Auroras. Oh, the Northern Lights. I heard about that. Yeah, we never see them here in Ohio. Ohio. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come in here. Sit down, if you will, and have a conversation with me. I appreciate you very much for that. Mana. I know, Jeff. Every time I do it, everybody gets mad at me and says, thanks, Dago. I got that stuck in my head now. I can't remember who it was, but somebody told me they had it stuck in their head for like a month afterwards. I get it stuck in my head. If I'm stuck with it, you're stuck with it. We'll have to figure out something else to sing to get out of your head, Jeff. All Gars. You're welcome, Miss Molly. Or Goofy or whatever I'm calling you since you said Gars. Do. Ba-doo, ba-doo, boo, boo, boo. Let me see here. Thank you, Miss Alicia. Anybody that would like to become a member of the cafe and you have not yet, if you got an iPhone and you struggle with that little link on the thing, click on this one right here. Miss Alicia put up there for you. You will become a member just like that if you get on that link. And also, there's other ways to do it. If you don't have an iPhone, at the bottom of your chat, you can definitely click on that link to become a member as well. We got plenty of room in the sauce for many more meatballs. So come on in and join us, if you will. You're surrounded. You are surrounded, Miss Alicia. Manam. You said it. You said that right when I was stirring cream in my I just made. Sorry, random. Thank you for being here tonight, though. We appreciate you. Jeffrey. Sit down, Jeffrey. Does anybody remember that Bill Cosby himself stand-up he did? Where he was talking about being on the plane with that little boy, Jeffrey. Every time I see Jeff's name, I think of that immediately. And I want to start going to Jeffrey. That whole thing Cosby did. Probably not a good name to bring up nowadays. He's not so funny anymore, but you know. Mr. Grubb. Phil Biggs says, I spent the day watching Carly Gregg trial. There's a lot more to look at than what's on the surface. There usually is, Phil, with a lot of these cases, as we've been finding out. Let me see here. Show. Michael, I'm slightly embarrassed about how my membership was no longer yesterday. Hey, things happen, bro. No reason to be embarrassed. You've been busy. Mikey's a busy man. A busy man. Being the Mac that he is. Return of the Mac. The Mac is back in the house. Yes. I'm sure you probably heard it, Jeff, with your name being Jeff. I'm sure back in the day you heard it more than you wanted to. So I did check out some of that Diddy stuff. I seen that today too, bro. Crazy stuff going on around in the true crime world, guys. And we got plenty of time to talk about it all. After Jeffrey, your daughter named her cat after Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay. Whatever works, whatever works, whatever works. Miss Paula is doing okay. Her mother has gotten sick, unfortunately, so she's going to be spending some time dealing with that. And I absolutely, if you guys can, please keep her mother in your thoughts and prayers that she does get better soon. And Miss Paula, because she's over there taking care of her mom, so please keep her in your thoughts and prayers as well, if you will. Um, it's not a lot of fun when a loved one gets sick, guys, and it takes a lot out of us. So just keep her in your thoughts and your prayers, her and her mother, both, guys, if you will. Please and thank you. Welcome, Melissa Iorio. Thank you for joining us. Oh, let's see. Okay, hold on. Today's a bittersweet day. They found the missing 16-year-old's body that lived by me and arrested 2 people so far after. What name was that, Sunshine? I'll have to look that up. Absolutely, Leslie. Mikey's in the house. For those of you that aren't familiar, Mikey's been here for a long, long time. He's just been busy, and hasn't been here for a little bit. But he's been here for a long, long time. Hence the reason why he comes in with a wrench. And half you guys probably don't even know who he is. But he's a very, very close friend. And I'm beyond grateful to see him back. Quite a few of us, I think, are. Devin Marshman. Oh, and we'll have to check that out. I got a couple things. Our Miss Kimber sent something my direction that I'm real hot to look into. That's going to be coming up. It is great to see you, brother. We're okay, Leslie. Thank you for asking. They're okay. Are you sure you can handle the Mike and Molly? Yes, I can handle it, Molly. I handled it before. I can handle it again. Believe me, after everything else I've been dealing with, I think that's no big deal. I can handle that just fine. Welcome, Kelly Bird. Good to see you tonight. Let me see here. Show. Mike and Molly. I loved that show. As long as you don't get carried away, Miss Molly, we'll be good. Midwest asks, Digga, what do you think of Diddy getting arrested? I'm not surprised. We can even look into that too, guys. I told you it's on y'all. You want to talk about something, you let me know. I'm just here to talk. Nothing. You know what I mean. Dreadlock. You better behave. I love your picture now, Molly. It's cute. You do your thing, Cassie. Go get your damn pizza. Here comes Doodling with cake. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. That's why I'm not surprised. He's kind of had it coming for a while. I gotta agree with Alicia. You can't get to his status and then do these things and think you're gonna get away with it forever. You what? Did you hit your head again tonight, Molly? You must have hit your head. Do we need to call an ambulance? Because we all know that you don't always behave, sweetie. Just so you know. No cake today, dirt pudding, brownies. Okay, then. Yummy yum. Show. I heard you. Mikey, you better grab her now. Lock her down, bro. Calm her down. She's already getting out of. We're going to put the leash on Molly. The kitty leash. She's getting wild. She's getting wild. All right, so there's 63 people in here, 46 likes. Please hit that like button. Even if you're just out there lurking, pretend like you like me just for a little while and hit that like button, please, so we can try to get this into an algorithm. Maybe one of these days I'll get back into that flow with that algorithm and things will go back to the way they were. That'd be great. But until then, we got to keep on trying. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let me see here. Can you guys believe that this fire is still burning in Texas? Wow. I think last I looked it was, but I haven't looked in a minute, so I don't know. I'll have to double check, but I got to make sure everybody got their notifications. Hold on a minute. Give me a minute. Hold up. What did you say? SRB. Welcome, Miss Leslie. Good to see you. Don't message me and say you're live in here. Why would I do that, SRB? Did I do that? I hope I didn't do that. Wasn't trying to do that. I don't think I did that. '69. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like it's still going. Wow. Crazy. Here, I'll let you guys check this out real quick, and then we'll get moving on some stuff. This is from 7 hours ago. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Wow. Victoria, bro. Let's check it out.
Also new as well here, witnesses are telling ABC 13 about the moment that SUV hit the valve.
Alex Bozargian is joining us live now with what they saw. Alex?
The couple described what they saw as surreal, almost as if it was happening in slow motion. They say the white SUV caught their eye and not long after veered out of control. Investigators believe it was that crash that caused this fire. That fire still burning strongly tonight. Howard Williams says he was getting help from an employee at Discount Tire when he heard a big boom.
I stepped around the counter and I could see the vehicle, but it was on fire. He said when it went off, he saw the vehicle's about 8 or 10 foot in the air and he saw it land.
Authorities believe the person in this now burnt-up white SUV drove straight through the fence on the west side of Walmart's parking lot.
It caught our eye because the car was moving so slow as we passed it.
Over the phone, Chad and Sherry Richard described spotting the car from the Walmart parking lot. They say the driver appeared to be elderly.
All I can remember is seeing she was wearing glasses, and we just kind of like circled around to get in a parking spot. As soon as I got in a parking spot, it's like my wife said, all of a sudden that car just veered off.
Sherry says the SUV drove through some brush, then the fence, and ultimately made it to flat ground before accelerating towards the pipeline.
It hits it, and you can feel it hit. The car goes up in the air and back down, and then once it hits the ground, it's a boom, and then there's gas, there's fire everywhere.
My thought was she had a heart attack or whatever, and the car just kind of drifted over there because it wasn't going really at a fast rate of speed. But once it got over the fence, it's like it just automatically just picked up.
Deer Park authorities could not provide any details on the driver. They did tell us the FBI has investigated, and there's no indication this was an act of terrorism. They described it as an isolated incident. Williams, now personally invested, is hoping for answers soon.
I'm sure they're not okay, but I'm just curious to see after just hear what really happened.
Well, our prayers go out to whoever may have been in that car. Obviously, a lot of evidence that's going to need to be processed once this fire takes its course, but really a ghost town out here now, just emergency crews that are monitoring this fire, but we will certainly stay on top of it and bring you details as soon as we know more.
Still burning like an eternal flame. It is definitely loud and hot. Can you guys think of the money that those businesses are losing? The Walmart, Chick-fil-A, and all them places, they're losing out on all that business because of that. That's insane. Miss Paige is in the house tonight. Welcome, Paige. Good to see you. How are ya? Hey to you. Great to see you tonight. Great to see you tonight. So let me see here. Let me see some. Show. Let's see. I was going to talk to you guys about a case that somebody else brought to my attention, and it really bugs me. I gotta find it though. So I can talk to you about it. Let me see. Maybe this is it here. Maybe. Let's see. Has anybody in here heard about the Tyree Nichols case? Anybody at all? Yes, no, maybe so. No. Oh, no. What, Doodle? Oh, thank you, Molly. I got what you sent. The name was Tyree, Tyre Nichols, Nichols. Just a early heads up. We're going to be covering this case coming up. It's okay though. If you don't know it. Y'all, I know, Charlie. There's a lot, but Doodle just caught my attention, and yes, I did hear about they rearrested the Green River Killer, which is strange to me. I don't know how they could have. I mean, how, like, he's already done a lot. So I think Mikey knows. Yes. Doodle, check Discord real quick, ma'am. please. Yes. Like Miss Sherry just said, guys, please remember to hit, kick, slap, drop kick, leg it, elbow it, one of them deals if you need to. Hit that like button, if you will, please, so we can get up in that algorithm. Please and thank you. Moon Lover, hello and welcome. It's not brand new, guys, but it's a really bad situation. I'll just put it that way. It's unbelievable. Yes. Yes, yes, Miss Molly. That's exactly it. It's not super recent, Paige, but it's something that will blow your guys' mind because one more case of corruption. That's right, Miss Victoria. There absolutely is. Yeah, I wonder where Walt is. I'm curious. Well, damn. Thank you, Doodle. Let me see here. Show. So it looks like we have another autistic child missing, sadly. Excuse me, out of Nortonville, Kentucky. This takes precedence over everything and anything, obviously. All right. Let me see if I can make this any bigger. Let me see. So we got Waylon Holmes here out of Nortonville, Kentucky. He was last seen yesterday, September 16th, 2024. He's 4 years old, 3'6", 40 pounds. His 4 dogs are missing a lot as well as him. They were last seen last night wearing a tan shirt with a T-Rex on the front and shorts. It's believed that all 4 dogs are with him: Rambo, Rocco, Rowdy, and Ms. Kitty. The dogs include a German Shepherd, 2 other medium-sized dogs, and a small dog. Well, thank God that the dogs are at least with him. I'm sure they'll protect him, but still, he's 4 and he's alone, and I don't like that. So that would be him right there. We need to get his space out there again. Waylon Holmes out of Nortonville, Kentucky. Last seen yesterday, September 16th, 2024. One more time, folks. He's 4 years old, 3'6", 40 pounds, and he's wearing a T-shirt that had T-Rex written on it with shorts. I'm so tired of seeing these children, these autistic children specifically, go missing. Like, this is insanity. So let me see something here real quick. Thank you, Doodle, for that. Give me one moment, guys. I'm going to see if I can. The thing is, it gets me with this is we don't see the Amber Alerts. We don't see the news broadcast. I can't. Thank God this one has something. Oh, wait, he was found. Well, that was quick. Thank God. Thank you, Doodle. Jesus. You had me freaking out there for a minute, but there he goes. He was found. Thank the Lord. Okay. 4-year-old boy found safe, Sheriff's Office says. Waylon Tommy Holmes has been located safe in a wooded area. The Hopkins County Sheriff's Office is asking for assistance in locating missing boy. So that happened. That was the original story there. Autistic, and he was autistic. He's autistic and he was verbal, so that's good. But he's been found, so we can let go of that now. Thank the Lord. I love the happy endings. I don't get him either, Mike. You don't feel bad, bro. I don't get him at all. I don't even get him for Ohio anymore. And I'm set up. I'm also signed up for the national thing to get them. I don't get those ever. Never. All right. Well, that's good. There he is. He's so adorable. They all are. So adorable. But he's home. He's safe. Thank God. Thank God. Thank you, Doodle. That was quick. Had a little heart bounce there. Were the dogs found? I'm guessing that's probably how they found. I would imagine that they probably found him because of the dogs. I would think. The dogs probably had him surrounded and stayed with him because of that. You know what I mean? That's awesome. Thank you, Duty. Appreciate that very much. Okay. Moving on. Let me see. Hold on a minute here. What is going on in Kentucky, by the way? Kentucky's been in the news a lot over the past few days, past week. We are still looking. We're going to talk about Joseph Couch. We're still looking for him. There was a Russell County deputy sheriff shot. This came out 10 hours ago in the line of duty. Russell Springs, Kentucky, this happened. We can't have this stuff happening. This is not good. Check it out, guys. Let's check it out. And then we're going to look into the Joseph Couch manhunt scenario, see what's going on there. All right.
Now, breaking news.
Good morning. I'm Tyler Melito. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin with breaking news that we've been following throughout the course of the morning today in Russell County. Officials confirming Sheriff's Deputy Josh Phipps has died in the line of duty. Vasi Prokos has been in Russell Springs all morning. Vasi, what new information have you learned about Deputy Phipps's death? And have you spoken to any neighbors in the community?
Absolutely,
yeah, Tyler,
Mikey.
good morning. Well, in a Facebook post this morning, Russell County Sheriff Derek Polson says that Deputy Phipps, a third-year veteran of the sheriff's office, was searching for a suspect that had run away from Kentucky State Police when he was shot. The Kentucky State Police says they were conducting an investigation on Bluebird Drive at the time of the shooting. Several sources tell us Deputy Phipps and a suspect were involved in an exchange of gunfire, and both were shot. Phipps was taken to Russell County Hospital, where he died from his injuries. It all started just around 5:30 Central Time. That's when a neighbor we spoke with.
This does not have anything to do with Joseph Couch, you guys. I don't want you guys to get confused here. It's just a separate incident. Still just as bad, though.
Last night says shots rang out in a mobile home park between Hopper Street and Lakeway Drive. Minutes later, she says a man believed to be the shooter ran behind her house. She told us that she could see 15 to 20 cops and an ambulance at the trailer park pointing their guns at a camper. We have since spoken to the owner of the camper that the suspect was attempting to hide in. Rita Campbell says she wasn't home at the time, but her niece was. She claims that the suspect broke into the camper while her niece was sleeping. Her niece was able to get out, but while everyone is okay, Campbell says her home has a lot of property damage, and she says there's a lot of pieces to pick up.
It's just overwhelming. And there's a lot to have to be fixed now, and they told me there's, property damage and a mess to clean. I can only do so much, and I had to sit down because I had to gather myself, pull myself back together. Because, like I said, it's the only place I've got to go, so I ain't got no other choice than to have to go through it.
Kentucky State Police is leading the investigation while schools here in Russell County are canceled for the day as the community continues to mourn the tragic loss of that deputy. This is still a developing story, and we will have more information both on air and online as we learn more. But for now, live in Russell Springs, Vasi Prokos, Fox 56 News. Tyler.
Wow. Horrible. Thank you for your service, Deputy Phipps. Rest easy, sir. Thank you once again. Stevie Irwin. In Canada, we call couches Chester. What's up, Stevie? Welcome, Green-Eyed Monster. Welcome. Good to see you tonight. Never heard that before. That's interesting, Stevie. Thank you for the info, sir. Let's see here. Back to where I was going. So what I'm going to do is there is a press conference released on Joseph Couch, the manhunt, the gentleman that they're looking for during the manhunt. I'm going to show you guys the press conference if you haven't seen it yet. That way you know what's going on at this point. My understanding is there was one or two people that put out a little bit of clickbait stating that he was caught or whatever. He's not. Still moving, and it's been 11 or 12 days at this point. So it's getting a little crazy. So here we go with the press conference on that. We'll find out what's new on that and see where we're at with that real quick.
11 days ago, an act of violence and evil occurred where an individual believed to be Joseph Couch opened fire on Interstate 75 with the intent to kill as many people as possible. But evil did not prevail that day because our incredible local dispatchers and first responders rushed to the scene transporting 5 individuals to local hospitals. There, our healthcare heroes took action and they saved lives. By the grace of God and the skilled response of so many, Joseph Couch failed and no one was killed in this incident. Immediately after the shooting, local and state law enforcement, along with emergency intelligence and other agencies, surged to the scene and began a manhunt. A command post was quickly established on the eastern side of the interstate, and initial sweeps of the area were conducted. The initial investigation identified a lone subject. It located an abandoned assault rifle, ammunition, and a vehicle that was located with camping gear and other evidence. After the initial sweep did not locate the subject, a more formal command post was established.
It's funny you said that, Stevie, because we have a London here in Ohio too. I swear to God, there is a London in every state of the nation. I'm telling you, that's crazy. I just was thinking about that the other day when we were watching this, because I knew we had one. I know that now we know there's one in Kentucky. I'm pretty sure that there's a London in California as well, and I've heard that there's one in Florida. I see them everywhere. I see it everywhere. It's crazy.
The post included federal, state, and local agencies. Commissioner Burnett is going to recognize each of them here today. We are grateful for every single one of them. Your work has been significant. It's been important. And we appreciate each and every agency that's participated. Hundreds of law enforcement officers were at the scene and have participated in the manhunt. KSP.
This was from 7 hours ago, Victoria. This was the press conference that I got the update on. I believe I did, Victoria. I believe I did.
He used FLIR technology to pick up heat signatures while ground teams searched parts of the dense forest. Black Hawk helicopters were used to see through the canopy and to get better views. Drone technology was also used, as well as 4 types of canine units. Ground teams were assisted by ATVs and UTVs to help with the search. And to date, I believe the number is 28,000 acres of forest have been searched. During all these activities, cameras were placed across the forest to detect movement. Those are being monitored up to and including today. While the manhunt continued, 2 other missions were being carried out. First, law enforcement was following up and pursuing any local leads about the gunman's location, including any tip that would suggest he was mobile or outside of the forest. The second mission that was occurring was coordination of efforts to increase law enforcement presence in the community, to provide additional safety and assurance to your neighbors, to our citizens, as they work to transition back to day-to-day life. In those efforts, Rockcastle and Whitley County schools have resumed classes with additional local and state law enforcement presence. Many other districts
Victoria, I
came
did
back
check those out
today
last night.
or yesterday. We're working with each of the districts to make sure we can accomplish that same goal. The goal of all of these activities and how we have balanced those missions has always been about what provides the best public safety. In the beginning, the best way to provide safety was to locate most of our assets in the manhunt, hoping to find him to neutralize the threat. As that has become less and less likely over the past several days, our best plan now is to augment law enforcement in this community to where our people are. In other words, as the odds of finding the individual in the forest are less, the deployment of our resources into the community now provides a better public safety outcome, a better deterrent than simply continuing the manhunt at its current levels. So beginning this afternoon, we'll begin transitioning state and local law enforcement agencies from a manhunt to a larger presence in this community and the surrounding communities. The search will continue through the monitoring of cameras and the use of aircraft where available. And again, these groups behind me will continue to follow up all credible leads about his whereabouts and continue to investigate all of them. In other words, all 3 missions will continue. But today we're announcing that we are reallocating resources because we believe it is necessary now to do so to provide for the best safety outcomes for our citizens. The plan is fully supported by myself, Mayor Weddle, Commissioner Burnett, Sheriff Root, and Chief Holland. We stand united in this approach. We know it's the right decision, and our commitment is to protect the people of this region. To our citizens, we have and we will continue to stand with you, to provide the resources to ensure your safety. We will not live our lives in fear. We will move forward together, and yes, we will get through this together. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Burnett, I also want to note that we had tragic news for our Commonwealth that we heard last night when Russell County Sheriff Deputy Josh Phillips was killed in the line of duty. Brittany and I are praying for his family, for all of our law enforcement community, and for the entire Russell County community. It also underscores why this group has been as careful as it can in this search in this forest to make sure that an event and an incident where Joseph Couch was not able to take lives during the interstate shooting has not resulted in the loss of life in the search. So I want to close by saying I'm very proud of the work that's been done by all these agencies. They've done their best. They have used the best technology that's out there. They brought in every resource, federal, state, and local. But on day 11, we know that bringing the boots on the ground from the forest into the communities is going to give the best reassurance to our citizens that if he's still out there, we are right here with you, where you go to school, where you go to church, in the communities with a significantly enhanced presence, ready to protect our citizens, making the very best decisions we can to ensure their safety. Now I'll turn it over to Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. Today does mark the 11th day of the manhunt for Joseph Couch. I'd like to report that we do not have any specific evidence or any details that has led us any closer to his apprehension at this time. You know, since this manhunt has began, KSP, we've had over 129 sworn and civilian personnel dedicated to this mission. We've also had 13 other agencies. We've had the Federal Bureau of Investigations. We've had the U.S. Marshal Service. We've had the U.S. Forest Service. We've had Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. We've had Laurel County SO, London PD, London Search and Rescue, and other entities, and a lot of support from the communities that has aided the Kentucky State Police in this manhunt. You know, even with these other 13 or these other agencies that I've discussed, you know, they've dedicated over 90 personnel as well. So they've been over 230 personnel dedicated to this manhunt and apprehending Mr. Couch. You know, but due to the lack of discoverable evidence out in the Daniel Boone National Forest, with the search area there, we feel like we were best tailor our efforts to move from that search in that area out in our communities and in our local communities, as well as surrounding areas. We're going to adjust our posture. The only thing we're doing is reallocating our assets to those. And the reason why is because we've had over 400 tips that have come in for us to follow up on his apprehension. The majority of those are outside of the national forest. So we feel like we'll be better off to protect our communities by moving those personnel. And as the governor said, we have already, with all of our partners in this search, we've searched over 28,000 acres there in the national forest. But now we're planning to move our boots on the ground and our resources out of that area, out into the community, as I said. Not a drawdown. Again, not a drawdown, just reallocation of those assets. You know, this will include moving patrols, increased moving patrols. You'll see troopers, deputies, officers in these areas, searching these roadways in case there's a sighting. We'll also
good point, Mikey.
Looking to support our superintendents. We've been in consistent discussion with those superintendents in the area, in the general area. You know, we will help them with increased security at their schools, increased security on bus routes, sporting events, other things. But we've worked with planning for several days with several, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. We'll also be utilizing troopers from other posts. We'll be using our criminal interdiction team. We'll be using commercial vehicle enforcement officers from regions across the state to be able to come in and to assist with this effort as well. You know, at this point, the best way we can prioritize safety of our families and communities is by this plan that we've had. And we've had consistent discussions with sheriff, with FBI, and all of our other partners. This is the best plan that we have going forward. We have looked at every possible scenario. We've looked at every piece of equipment, technology that we can utilize. And this, from what we have discovered so far in this search, this is the best plan moving forward. You know, already, you know, with these 400 tips, we look for those to expand. And then we welcome those tips to come in. Please submit those to the KSP for us to be able to follow up on, as well as Laurel County Sheriff's Department and London PD was also one of our partners that I failed to mention there earlier. But however, we'll still have resources to be able to rapidly deploy back in the Daniel Boone National Forest. If there's a sighting of Mr. Couch, we will be able to transition and have assets to be able to go and investigate that information that comes in. You know, the safety of our communities is our #1 priority, and especially our schools and churches. And with our partnerships that we have with everybody up here on this stage, and this shows a unity and how this is a unified concept going forward, we do feel like we'll be able to bring this to a successful conclusion one day, whatever status that Mr. Couch may be in at this time. But I would like to take a moment to personally thank all of our KSP employees that have donated so much time away from their families, as well as all of our partner agencies. They're the same. You know, they've been there 14, 15, 16 hours a day for this effort. So I would like to personally thank all of those. Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening. I'm so pleased with the involvement that we've had with the governor's office. When he was here, he's been here numerous times, and he's used phrases such as one Commonwealth. He's used phrases as Team Kentucky. And folks, I'm going to tell you, that's exactly what this has been. This is a team effort. This is not one agency. This is not one individual. This has been a team, from dispatchers to ambulance service to rescue workers to law enforcement. Everyone has contributed, and this, I just really appreciate it more than you guys could ever know. Everyone has worked hand in hand in this. It's been such a pleasure. Everything's win. If I could, you know, people, if you could change anything, would you change anything? No, I think the job has been done. It's been done to perfection, and I'm very pleased with all the assets that we've had. It just really went good. You know, I was thinking this morning, you know, this is, I'm the sheriff here in Laurel County. That's one county. The governor has kept contact with me. He's responsible for 120 counties. It's been a pleasure to work with you, Governor, and on behalf of myself and the residents of this county, we want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I also want to thank my county judge, who is in attendance here today. He's kept contact with me and has offered anything that we need as a sheriff's office. It's been a pleasure to work with the judge, and also my friend, the mayor of London here, Randall Weddle. These individuals, I feel, have went above and beyond, and they feel the same way I do. It's the residents that we're responsible for, and whatever needs to be done, we've got the okay to go ahead and do it. And I thank you guys for that. Our #1 priority has been the safety of our residents since day one, and that will continue to be so until Mr. Couch is apprehended and brought into custody. We will commit our times on apprehension of him. This has been an impact on our county. This is definitely not the normal Laurel County that we're used to. It's been chaotic. They've been fear, a lot of fear, school closings. And with that said, I'll echo, as Commissioner Burnett said, the superintendents in this county, Ms. Griebel, Ms. Jones, has been a pleasure to work with. They've kept with us. They're very concerned with the children. I spoke with Commissioner Burnett yesterday evening about the ground resources that we'd be using, pulling some of our resources out of the woods, and we will increase patrols at the schools, on the bus routes. And also, this is going to be good, as myself and the commissioner talked yesterday, as far as the county. We understand there's a lot of fear. There may be some older people, single mothers or whatever. So you'll see an increase in patrol efforts throughout the county. And I want to thank the commissioner for that, for providing that. Also, I want to thank each agency that's represented on the stage. I mean, we can stand here and talk about the amount of work and the technology that's utilized, and a lot of people don't understand. But I'm telling you, everyone has went above and beyond. They've been pulled away from their families, and I just
No, you're fine about it. That's absolutely
fine. Thank each and every one for what you've done, and it will never be forgotten. I want everyone to know that this is still an open and an active investigation. We will work just as hard continuing down this path as we have from day one. We will not rest until Mr. Couch is brought into custody, and he'll have to face the charges for the things that he's done here in this county. We want to continue to receive tips from the public. The community has just been outstanding. Like I said, over 400 tips. They've come in county, out of county, but I'm proud to say that each one of those have been followed up, and we do appreciate them. But at this point, it's no reveal that we found Mr. Couch. So I want to thank you, and I also want us to remember these victims of this crime. Let's keep them in our prayers. And I want to thank the media. I want to thank you guys for keeping the people informed. And like I say, I want to thank each entity. I just can't phrase that enough, the help that we've had in this county. When we've called upon them, and they brought every resource they've had. But I want everyone to know that the residents of this county, our #1 priority is the safety of the residents and our children in this county. Thank you.
On behalf of the City of London, we just want to thank all the agencies that's been involved in this. Even the
You're probably right, Victoria, to be honest with you. I think I see a few people said that they believe he may have taken his own life. Well, he stated that in a letter that he left, that he was going to do that. But I don't know. I think if he would have done it, they would have found him already with their dogs and things like that. So I don't know. He very well could be deceased at this point, and he got himself in somewhere where they can't get to him to find that. So I'm just thinking, I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
The volunteers that brought food out to the command site, it's been absolutely amazing, the amount of love that has been poured into this county from other counties to other cities. We can't thank them enough. And there is some folks that I would also like to highlight in this. The London Laurel County Rescue Squad that's been doing the mapping service for this entire investigation, manhunt on the ground. These guys are volunteers, and they've spent long hours helping them, assisting them. And, the city is deeply grateful for this squad and all that they do in this community. I would like while we're here, for Assistant Chief Bobby Day to come and talk about the protection of the city, what the city police is doing, and what we expect out of them.
Thank you, Mayor. Guys, my name is Bobby Day. I'm a major with the London Police Department. The London Police Department will continue to support the Kentucky State Police, Laurel County Sheriff's Office with the investigation, as well as any search pursuant to any credible leads.
I was thinking about that the other day, Alicia. It'd be real easy for him to break into somebody's home, take them hostage, and sit in their home, destroy any line of communication, and, nobody's going to know about that until whoever the family is to that person or persons, thinks that they haven't heard from them for a while, or they're hearing from them by gunpoint, and he's making them say, hey, we're fine, everything's good, and life goes on. And this guy's been staying in this house with these people at gunpoint. It's very possible that could happen too, because the guy's got a background, he's got training, survival, and things like that, so he knows what he needs to do to make things happen. That's what I'm saying. It's a very big possibility too, Alicia. It's that, or that he's deceased, or that he's just really, really good at surviving without being caught. Truly, it's just hard to believe it's been this long and they haven't seen nor heard nothing from him yet. That's all I'm saying. I don't think he's still in those woods. I think he got out and broke the perimeter and he's gone. But that's me. That's my opinion. They went in on a house the other day that looked pretty abandoned in the bush. Yeah, I heard about that too, Mike. Or the house was empty like a holiday cabin. Yeah, there's something like this that they're looking for. That's why I wanted to know what side of I-75 he was on. I don't know, Molly. I don't, honestly. These are all real possibilities, you guys. They really are, sadly. Absolute. And it's very possible that he took somebody's car, unalived somebody else, and he's gone. Early on, that could have happened. We don't know, but I'm just saying, these things, every bit of these things are very big possibilities.
Or anything we have moving forward. As has already been said here, our department has, as everybody else, have utilized all the equipment we've got, and will continue to utilize any and all resources we have to hopefully bring this to a resolution and to apprehend Couch. Yesterday, myself, along with the state police and the sheriff's office, met with Laurel County school officials, because today was going to start students' first day of in-person training, in-person learning. So we tried to figure out how law enforcement could support that. So one of the things we did as a result today, you saw a strong presence of law enforcement officers on every campus. You'll continue to see saturated patrols on campus, school grounds, as well as bus routes, and anything we can do to help with that. But one thing I wanted to do, and I know that it's already been, governor's already, we've already bragged on the governor here, but because of the governor, and because
again, another huge possibility, Victoria.
Laurel County has a armed certified law enforcement officer in every school in this district. That's 18 schools. They not only have one per school, they've got a couple on a couple of the campuses. And we thank you for that, sir, because that's, our schools are a very safe place, especially here in Laurel County. In addition to the schools, we're also doing everything we can to provide extra patrol at daycares, hospitals, residences, businesses. You got a business, you got a residence, you want some extra patrol, you can call us, London Police Department, you can call the state police, you can call the sheriff's office. We'd be more than happy to come out and do that.
I just extend a thank you to everybody that's already been thanked up here as opposed to being redundant, but also continue to urge citizens to call London Laurel 911 as well as the Kentucky State Police. You get a lead, you get a tip, by all means, call in, let us know. We'll do our best to follow up on this. These efforts are going to allow us to be able to do more of that and concentrate our efforts and focus more on that as well. Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Jeremy Honecker. I'm not much of a public speaker. I apologize in advance, but I just want to thank everybody that that's part of the Central Kentucky Fugitive Task Force. We've been able to kind of help out with the investigative efforts in trying to locate Mr. Couch. And as we kind of transfer from the advancing manhunt, that's kind of what we call it. We call it rapidly advancing manhunt into the investigative aspect. We're going to continue to provide resources from our Central Kentucky Fugitive Task Force to Laurel County and the state's police, London PD, everyone to try to locate and apprehend Mr. Couch. Thank you. Yes,
yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Quincy Barnett. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge with the FBI Louisville Field Office located in Louisville, Kentucky. Responsibility over the state of Kentucky with offices throughout the state. I wanted to be noted, and everyone's already expressed gratitude to everyone. Being able to be a part of this investigation as in the team that we were to come together with was a huge benefit. I wanted to be noted that the FBI, we stand strong, we stand united with our partners, and this was an effort for that. Our London office is the office, the personnel that responded on the 6th. This initially, right? The FBI, we are here. Although we're transitioning from the manhunt and those resources, we are moving toward the fugitive investigation. That investigation will remain headed out of our London office here. These people live in this community. They're part of this community. We all want to continue to work closely with our partners with KSP, with Laurel County as well, move forward this investigation. And all of the resources of the FBI that have been on display and been utilized up until this point or continue to be available. And FBI, we will follow up on any and all available leads and tips. So thank everyone. Thank the partnerships that we've got. I want to thank the community for your trust that you have in us. And I want to thank everyone for continue to remain vigilant. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, to summarize, and then we'll open it up for questions. You've heard the same thing from everyone. The number one goal is public safety. And how to provide that public safety is different on day 1 than on day 11. On day 11, we know that we need to bring our boots on the ground from the forest to our people. And by bringing those boots on the ground to our people and saturating this and the surrounding communities with additional law enforcement, we will give the best security to our people that they are safe and that they can go about their daily lives, that we don't live in fear, that we move forward because we got a lot of heroes represented by the agencies that are up here.
Welcome,
in our communities, making sure that we're safe.
Good to see you, Niles.
Open it up to questions.
Do you believe that there is sort of public safety threat out there that requires all these officers to come back out on the streets and back out into the community?
Well, we don't have a conclusion. We have an individual that committed a horrific act of evil that tried to kill numerous people. And we have not located him or brought the investigation to a close. And we know that people are scared and that law enforcement is here for our safety. And when they're around, we feel better because we know they're trained and that they care. And so by bringing the boots on the ground from the forest where there is now a very low probability that we will discover anything else to the community. Again, we provide the best deterrence, the best safety. And again, the goal is for the community, even with it being kind of scary, to get back to day-to-day life. And the best way we make that transition is a saturation or even an oversaturation of law enforcement, saying we're here, we're going to be here, and we're going to make sure you're safe. So local law enforcement is going to be in their communities. KSP and the other agencies that have broader jurisdictions are working with local law enforcement, with superintendents, with other leaders to make sure we're meeting their needs. It's like the first superintendent we worked with was Rockcastle. They'd already talked to their local law enforcement and felt good about their campuses, but needed extra help on their bus routes. And so the question there was how we augment, how we come in, where we pull resources to make sure we could cover those bus routes. And so having flexibility and having this many boots on the ground, we can meet,
what do you mean by that, Green Eye?
Each community that may be just a little bit different.
Ray, you talked about the plan this morning. How do you feel that it went with the first day going back to school? Are there any tweaks that you think we need to make?
No, I was there. Everybody with our department, from the chief down, was at a school or at schools. I thought it went great. We don't have the numbers yet. Well, hopefully we're trying to get those as far as what the absentee rate was. So we'll have that for you, and hopefully we'll have that soon. But everything went really smooth. You know, we had a lot of parents that I think the state police, the sheriff's office, as well as the London Police Department, a lot of the parents were very thankful that we were there. But I thought it went very smooth, and it seemed that the normalcy, as was spoken about earlier, seemed to come back in a little bit of normalcy by starting again today.
Mr. Commissioner, in those 400 tips that you received, is there some sort of thread in there that you can follow that says, yeah, we need to come out of the forest? Just something affirmative in there?
Well, just the majority of those were in communities kind of in Laurel County and Rockcastle County. They weren't necessarily in the Daniel Boone National Forest. So that's why what limited information and what we've discovered in the forest versus these tips, and then where our communities are, that's why we wanted to transition from there and just put more resources in those communities where those tips come in.
I think previously they were characterized as, not credible tips. Are we now saying that we believe fragments of those? Is that kind of am I understanding that right?
Well, we have both. We've had some that we felt like were credible, and we investigate them. We investigate them to the end, and we turned out that there were no investigative value to those. But we take every tip that comes in as a value until we research it out, investigate it to the end.
Do we still believe he's alive? Are we still looking for him to find him alive, or for 11 days?
That's a possibility. We are looking either status, whether he's deceased or he's still alive, but we will continue efforts based on what investigative leads and evidence that we have coming in.
And I just add, thank you, Commissioner, that with the evidence right now, I don't think you can definitively say he's still in the forest, he's outside of the forest, or that he's still alive. And so what do you do when that's the instance? You bring as much of the public safety personnel to the public to make sure that we are prepared, regardless of which of the three of those is true. And remember, the manhunt continues just through different means. The deployment of a lot of cameras should help us detect movement within the forest.
Welcome,
If he is,
Virginia.
still
Thank you
there,
for joining us,
aircraft,
brother.
when available, will still be used. It's just changing the way we're going about that piece and putting more of our sworn personnel, our uniformed law enforcement in the community, so that if he's still out there, he knows he shouldn't come anywhere near our people because these fine law enforcement officers are ready.
Governor, is the Daniel Boone National Forest safe for citizens out of visit?
Turn that over to our locals. But I would say at this point, we're still
JLR.
conducting a manhunt in the Daniel Boone National Forest. And I'd ask everybody to be really careful. This is me personally as a dad. I'm not sure I would want my family camping in that area right now, especially as law enforcement is still there. If your movement is picked up by the cameras, that could trigger a law enforcement response. I would continue to stay out of the area to help with this investigation. Anybody want to add to that? Sheriff agrees. Must be right.
It's been 11 days. This gentleman is out in the wilderness. Does anything indicate that he has some kind of survival instincts? I mean, any survival training or anything, maybe, that he's able to,
I think at this point there isn't any evidence of special skills. Certainly, some equipment was found in his car and not with him. So again, what we're trying to do with the evidence that does or does not exist is to make sure we're allocating the sworn personnel in the best way to protect our people. This is rugged terrain. If he is still there, alive or deceased, the odds of finding him now are so much lower than on day one. It means that now the best equation, if you will, that gets to public safety about where we put people is to bring them back into the community and have that augmented law enforcement presence. I think that's an ongoing investigation that they continue to follow up on any pieces of evidence. Yes.
This is pretty much the last thing the community wants to hear. They want to hear that the search is narrowing, not getting wider. Why should people feel safe to go back to normal? I know the extra patrols are there, but I mean, that's the complete inverse of what people are wanting to hear on day 11.
Well, certainly what people want to hear is the person has been apprehended and the threat's been completely removed. But as the odds of that are lower, I want them to know that we're making good decisions, that we are taking the resources that we have and putting them closer to them. So if you're a member of this community and it's day 11, what I'd tell you is we're going to have more law enforcement around you than you've seen in a long time. We want you to be able to go back to your day-to-day lives, even though this is not a satisfying resolution and the investigation continues. But we're doing everything we can through federal, state, and local resources to surround you as much as we can with folks who have dedicated their lives to protecting you. And again, it was scary. It continues to be scary. But sadly, we have scary things that are happening across this country on a regular basis. We can't live our lives in fear, and we believe this is the best step to help members of the community to not have to live their lives in fear.
Governor,
Let me do this one, and then I'll come back.
That the actual command post there will be removed. But the only thing we're doing, we're just putting investigative assets at our posts. They will be at Laurel County SO. We're just basically still have those resources. They're just being brought out from there and being put at the posts in those locations. And again, we'll still have a reaction team that we can be able to deploy if we were to have a spotting of Mr. Couch there in that area. Well, we'll still have moving patrols, saturation patrols, what we can in those areas. We'll also have our aircraft, whether it be manned and unmanned, as well as surveillance cameras as well. So there's still a multitude of things that we're still investigating and keep an eye on in the National Forest there in case Mr. Couch is still in that location.
This question for Governor. 1 year ago in Pennsylvania, there was a prison escapee by the name of Danilo Cavalcante. He was out in the woods in Pennsylvania. Border Patrol, BORTAC, used their services and their devices to help capture Cavalcante. Has the state of Kentucky utilized Border Patrol or BORTAC in finding Joseph Couch?
I'll turn that over to the commissioner to answer, but I will say that the amount of different technology that's been brought in by the amount of federal and state agencies, I believe it was the FBI that helped us with the bloodhounds under a contract that we don't have a unit, most states don't. And so we've been able to bring in resources and expertise that aren't directly housed in Kentucky. When you look at the 4 different types of canines, from them to the cadaver dogs to even the digital dogs, the 2 of which we have in the state to look for any other phones and other equipment that might be out there. I think the amount of technology, air support, drones, cameras that we've brought in have been the height of technology. But for that specific question, I turn it over to the commissioner.
To answer your question, yes, we were in contact with Border Patrol. We did reach out to them, and we went through what scenario that we have here, what actions that we have taken, what resources we have, what equipment we have, what the terrain is, and then talking with their leadership. The ones we talked with, we've done everything that they would do based on what we were encountering. Until we still have credible tips, and we will still be going. We want the community to feel safe, and that's what we're going to do. And we will still, with these moving patrols and whatever information we have, we may have to tailor those efforts. But there's no reason for us to be able to change what our current posture is from what we talked about here today in the near future.
And let me just add to that. Just like today, we're talking about a reallocation of resources. We'll come forward and talk if there's any change from here. This is day 1 of this reallocation, and so we want to see how many tips come in. We want to see again how the community feels, how we all adapt if we have more information on Mr. Couch as it goes forward. So we'll continue to provide updates, but I can tell you with this reallocation, and it is a reallocation, not a reduction. That's how we're going forward. And if any change is made in those numbers, we'll report it to you.
I know you mentioned Border Patrol. Did you consider help from the National Guard?
We use the National Guard specifically with Black Hawk helicopters, with also members of the National Guard that had been in combat. In case that was the case, the Black Hawk helicopters were helpful because they could push the dense forest canopy aside. We could get a better look. I mean, the really sad news last night was that if he's still out there, still armed and wanting to harm people in the forest, it was our law enforcement, our National Guard that was out there. And so the way that they went about this, prioritizing safety of everybody involved, was just so important. And all of their officers, all of their sheriff's deputies, all of their agents are still with us today, having done their very best, but going home to their families. I think it's really important at the very end of this, that the story closes with Joseph Couch not having killed anyone. Sure, he tried. He committed an act of evil. But between our first responders, between law enforcement, we prevented him from succeeding. I think that's important. And it'd be an important example for anyone else who ever considers doing something this evil and this terrible again, that we will do everything we can to stop you. All right, we take one more.
Can you tell us what the financial cost of this search has been?
I don't have that yet. A lot of this is using our existing resources and moving them. But we'll see if we can calculate that. But the thing that I've seen around Kentucky is different groups volunteering, wanting to help. And I want to thank all of our federal and other partners that are here, Fish and Wildlife, chipping in as well. When Team Kentucky faces a threat, we all come together. That could be after a tornado, after a flood. It certainly happened after the shooting, from volunteer groups that do their jobs so well to other agencies that say we have the training to help. It's been really special to see how everyone has done their very best. So to close out, we're still here. We're just making sure we're bringing more of our law enforcement to the people to ensure public safety. And we're
just taking notes down. I take notes on every case I look at.
Is safe. Again, we're not going anywhere. We're just going to make sure we have this reallocation done right to protect this and the surrounding communities. Thank you all very much.
Sorry. Yeah, I take notes on everything I look at, just in case there's something that I may have missed or something that is going on that I look for. You know what I mean? So, nope, I'm taking notes. Okay, now let me see. Somebody sent me some stuff here. Hold on a minute. In regards to this, hold a minute. 1 second here.
53 Dixie's back to open police crime. 11
Today marks a week since. Okay, this is 2 hours ago. On this, of course.
Five people were shot on I-75, and as of this morning, authorities have still not found the suspect. Police say Joseph Couch shot those 5 people at exit 49 near London, Kentucky last Saturday. That exit reopened Friday morning, and law enforcement is now moving their command center further into Daniel Boone National Forest. They believe Couch is likely still in this area, but searching for him has proved a challenge for officials.
It's very densely populated with a lot of trees and underbrush, sinkholes, caves, you name it. It's just stuff to slow us down. So it's really slow going because we have to check all that stuff before we keep going on through and can't pass it up because, you know, somebody could be hiding there or we could have some evidence that could be found there.
A $35,000 reward is being offered for information that would lead to Couch's arrest. But if you do see him, police warn, don't approach him. Just call 911.
New tonight, authorities updated the community today about the search for this man in Kentucky. He is accused of shooting several drivers on I-75, at least at their cars. Joseph Couch is at the center of an 11-day manhunt.
10 News anchor Shay Smith is joining us live now from Laurel County, Kentucky, with more on the transition now in search efforts. Big announcement from authorities today, Shay.
Hey, y'all. Yeah, Joseph Couch has still not been found. And at this point, authorities say that it's better for them to just increase patrol here in Laurel County as opposed to keeping many and much of their resources out in the woods in that search for him. Now, authorities have been looking for Joseph for 11 days now. They have searched more than 28,000 acres of the Daniel Boone National Forest, and more than 230 people have joined in on that search. And officials say they have received more than 400 tips in this case. Now, that is prompting law enforcement officials to shift their search and patrolling efforts.
But on day 11, we know that bringing the boots on the ground from the forest into the communities is going to give the best reassurance to our citizens that if he's still out there, we are right here with you.
Now, Governor Andy Beshear says he wants the community to feel safer with that increase in police presence. And speaking of that, there was an increase in police presence today at all of the schools in the county. So this search for Joseph began on September 7th. Now, this is when police say that a suspect perched himself along I-75 near the exit 40, the 49 exit, and just aimlessly shot at cars. Multiple cars were shot and 5 people were hurt and taken to the hospital. As of now, they are all expected to survive. But that same night, they found his car, they found his phone, and they found a gun. But again, no Joseph Couch. So the search continues now. Again, officials say as they are shifting those efforts, they will not stop searching for him until he is found. But again, they're going to increase the police presence in the community and scale back some of those efforts that's going on in the Daniel National Forest.
Shay Smith live in Kentucky with the very latest on this manhunt now in day 11.
Search for Joseph Couch is now moving to the towns and roads surrounding the Daniel Boone National Forest. Governor Andy Beshear visited London, Kentucky today, making that announcement. Police need tips on Couch's whereabouts. So far, saying they've received over 400, but none have panned out yet.
This is from 3 hours ago, this one.
Journalist Emma Gefter found out how the nature of the search has changed.
So beginning this afternoon,
Welcome, Dane. Good to see you again tonight.
State and local law enforcement agencies from a manhunt to a larger presence in this community and the surrounding communities.
After the search for I-75, shooting suspect Joseph Couch went deeper into the Daniel Boone National Forest. Those boots will walk a different path going forward.
With about 90% of Laurel County Public School students returning for in-person instruction, this is the sight they're greeted with. The London Police Department posted up outside of the district schools. As of Tuesday, Kentucky State Troopers will be joining the department on patrolling the town of London and the streets of Laurel County.
We're also doing everything we can to provide extra patrol at daycares, hospitals.
While London police handled that, troopers have an even greater focus investigating tips into Couch's whereabouts. Going forward, the forest search continues from the sky with thermal imaging on drones and helicopters. Installed during the ground search, trail cameras now cover the 28,000 acres state troopers scoured. FBI bloodhounds couldn't find Couch in the forest, and cadaver dogs failed to find his body. Police still don't know if their suspect is dead or alive.
Commissioner, in those 400 tips that you received, is there some sort of thread in there that you can follow that says, yeah, we need to come out of the forest?
You know, what we've discovered in the forest versus these tips and then where our communities are. That's why we wanted to transition from there and just put more resources in those communities where those tips come in.
Federal help with the search is also moving out of the woods.
The FBI, we are here. Although we're transitioning from the manhunt and those resources, we are moving toward the fugitive investigation.
Without a conclusion to the search, the focus is now on caution and keeping people safe. In London, Kentucky, Ian Hardwick, WHAS 11, on your side.
The KSP commissioner also said today troopers would be prepared to dive back into the forest if they find reason to believe Couch is there. Again, people are urged to stay away from that area as the manhunt goes on. Anyone with information is urged to call Laurel County Police at the number on your screen, 606-878-7000. And to stay up to date on the latest in this investigation, head to our website, WHAS11.com.
So for some reason, they must think that he may not be in that forest anymore for them to widen it out that way, unless that's just what they need to do at this point. I'm not sure, but just saying. Just saying. Brian, it's great to see you, buddy. I hope your back is doing okay. Great to have you here. Death Valley, thank you for being here again. Always a pleasure to have you all here, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door, if you will. It is so very much appreciated. Thank you very much for that.
Neighboring community.
Let me see something here. Hang on a minute. So let's see. So that's what's going on. There's nothing new going on with that. Let's see what else we got going on that's new. I don't know how many of you guys been following the P. Diddy thing. That's definitely been some crazy stuff. There's different things going around in Sebastian's case now. Ever since Nick picked it up, now he's saying, I saw where Nick the Hat made a statement where he believes that Sebastian never made it home from the restaurant and stuff like that. I don't understand this. When law enforcement says that he did, you're going to say that? Come on. Oh, Lord Almighty. Let's see here. Just trying to check all the updates. The new stuff. That's good. Nice to hear. Walt, it was nice of you. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Alicia. I never would have imagined that he was that type of person. I really wouldn't have. I can't believe I ever worked with him, did anything with him. I just can't. Unbelievable. Oh, I guess White Boy put something out on him too. Wow. Wow. Just one more person to get into the drama. Wow. I also heard this morning that, what was it, that TikToker that helped to raise all that money for the billboards, I think it was a barbecue lady, supposedly got served a cease and desist. What? Are we still doing that stuff? Come on. Once again, guys, not paying attention to the child. This shit's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let me see. Hold on. Blue Eyes, welcome. Siggy. Hadn't seen Siggy in a while. There's Mom. There's a Mom. Let's see here. Let me see. Glad to have you here, James. I appreciate you very much, my friend. Oh boy, here we go.
Breaking.
Let's check this out through Long Crime. In the Diddy situation, since that seems to be the up and coming new drama crime. I mean, this is some pretty. If this stuff is all true, guys, wow. That's all I can say. Let's check this out if you guys haven't seen this yet.
News. Sean P. Diddy Combs has been arrested and indicted on federal charges. The disgraced music icon has faced startling allegations for months of rape, sexual assault, physical abuse, gun trafficking, and drug trafficking. On Monday evening, he was in.
Hang on. Welcome, Mom. How are ya?
Hello, I was on the phone with Minnie to see your Discord.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Did you see what I sent you in Discord?
Hold on. Oh God. Yes, guys. You guys will see this next. The Diddler. We now have P. Diddler. Oh my Lord.
We were
Wow.
being bad.
It is what it is.
If you
The
don't
dude
laugh,
doesn't-
you'll cry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The dude doesn't deserve anything good. You know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. That's why we're looking at it now. Because this is getting to be a little too much. You know, this is what happened. This is part of the problem that goes on with these situations is when these people have this money and this power. Here's what they do with it. Okay.
Yep, they think they're untouchable.
That's right. That is right. And that's where this needs to stop. That's where this needs to change. They need to not be untouchable. They need to be held accountable for what they're doing and stop getting away. There's more than just him out there that are involved with this stuff, you guys. A lot more people. There's a lot more people that have the power and the money that they have besides P. Diddy. They're involved in this kind of shit. It needs to stop. It really does. And it's just too much.
Think about all the names that came out on the Epstein list.
100%. He was on that list, by the way, you guys.
Yep, he sure was.
That's one name I do remember seeing, and I read through that whole thing. I didn't put any of that out because what's the point? You know, we all know what's out there. I could have gotten into I'd have been wrapped up in that for months. There was just no reason for that. So we already know. It's a mess. There's too many people that have the power and the money that they have that have gotten away with this for too long. There's people that have been whistleblowers that have been coming out. Welcome, Miss Barbara, the beautiful Miss Barbara's in the house. Good to have you here. We missed you, my dear. Good to see you. But there's too many people. This has been going on for a long time, you guys. And it's just, there's multiple whistleblowers that have been coming out saying this stuff for years now. That they got blacklisted because they didn't get involved in it. And that's what they do is they wrap you up with them. They get you involved. And that way you can't go out and talk about it. You have to be with them. You know what I mean? So, it's bad stuff. It is bad stuff. So let's get this out. Go ahead, Mom.
It is. I was just gonna back up what you're saying. I mean, it is. It's just, it's sick. It's disgusting. And you know, these are actors and singers and you know, people that we look up to when we're growing up, and then our children look up to as they're growing up. And then something like this comes out, and you're like, wow, how many thousands of dollars did I spend on his music?
That's the scariest part is these are the people that our children and grandchildren and ourselves have always looked up to and always do look up to and want to become someday. And this is what they're doing. We, you know, Bill Cosby, P. Diddy, R. Kelly. There's so many of these people out here that, you know what I mean? Like it's not okay. It's not okay. Welcome, Karen Langston. Good to see you. Bling. Good to see you tonight. It is not, guys. It's not okay. And we, like I've been saying about a lot of this stuff, we have to be the ones to shut it down. Mayhem and Miracles, welcome. We have to be the ones to say, okay, that's enough. You did what you did. Now you're done. And use our voice to shut it down. Okay. That's the only thing we can do to protect ourselves, to protect our children, to protect our grandchildren. Like I keep saying, we got to stop minding our business and do the right thing, you guys, period. Let's see what this says real quick here, and then we'll get back to the combo. Again, thanks for joining me, Mom. I appreciate you.
Yep. Thank you for having me. I was on the phone with Minnie, and I was, you know, whenever the Epstein thing came out, you know, me and him were talking, and I said, Diddy the Diddler, and he was on the phone, and he was like the Riddler, and that's what we've been doing. So we were
Well,
being
as far as
bad.
I'm concerned, that's his new nickname now, the Diddler, because that's
Oh, I love
exactly
it.
what the hell he is. I love it. It's fitting, perfectly fitting. Well, thank you, Mayhem. I appreciate that. We love that you love the channel. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I love the channel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Indicted by a grand jury in New York. He was taken into custody in Manhattan, where he's been for the last week in anticipation of these charges. Now, the charges haven't been made public just yet. In fact, the indictment was sealed. But according to the New York Times, a person familiar with the prosecution says they believe Diddy faces charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. Diddy's legal team said they were disappointed with the decision to prosecute, but mentioned their client has been cooperative with law enforcement. A statement from his legal team reads, quote, Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven philanthropist who has spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the Black community. He is an imperfect person, but is not criminal. To his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. All this comes about 6 months after 2 of Diddy's homes were raided by federal investigators back in March. Then we couldn't confirm Diddy was the target of the Homeland Security raids or what information the feds collected. Most of what we know came from the 5 civil suits with a series of shocking allegations ranging from the 90s until now. Multiple people alleged Diddy raped them, drugged them, and recorded all of that. We can't confirm it just yet, but it was likely those civil lawsuits that led up to the federal investigation and later Diddy's arrest. This is breaking news that is constantly developing, so stay with Law and Crime for all the latest updates. For now, let's take a look back at the allegations leading up to Diddy's arrest. For the past 3 decades, we've come to know Sean Combs as multiple different names. P. Diddy, Puffy, Puff Daddy, Puff.
Welcome, Miss Marion. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to see you in here tonight. We'll be getting back to that here. Some more stuff going on in that area. As crazy it is to say it. This week actually coming up, we're going to be jumping back into another case from that area, Marion. So you and James, be sure to tune in for that because I'm sure you'll know what we're talking about. I promise you that. Thank you for trusting us to do what we do to try to bring awareness to the situations that are going on with your families and your friends and the surrounding people in your area out there too. Marion, very, very much appreciate you, just so you know. You and James and Miss Barbara, all of you, thank you so much for being here, supporting our channel and what we do, because we do appreciate you so much, all of you. Once again, thank you so much. Yes, Thursday, guys, we'll be bringing you another situation, another case. As you all know, we covered Miss Barbara's case for her son Timmy. We got more coming, guys. There's more to come. I'm not kidding. You ain't gonna believe this, but you will, because you've already seen it once, twice, 3 times, and there's more coming. So tune in that day for sure, because it's coming. No lie.
The 54-year-old is a rapper, entrepreneur, and label exec. Things changed for him on March 25th when Homeland Security raided 2 of his homes, one in California and the other in Florida. There's no word yet.
Thank you so much, James. God bless, brother.
Target of those raids, and he's not been charged criminally. That being said, some allegations of his criminal past became a major topic of conversation when news of the raids broke.
That's what was so stunning when Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit earlier this year. It kind of broke the dam, and it was just the floodgates opened and all of these other allegations started to come to the surface.
That's Melba Pearson, a former prosecutor who's followed the Diddy case meticulously since it broke. Her interest actually dates back farther than just last month, when Diddy's Bad Boy for Life mantra was just a song. And we know about the allegations now that have happened in the past couple months via these civil suits. But if we go back, I know that you have kind of followed Diddy for a while and you're pretty knowledgeable about that era from the 90s.
Actually, Brian, he was actually on the Epstein list, just so you know. P. Diddy was one of the names on that list of people that were for sure there, which makes things make sense. Not that we didn't know already, but it's just saying it was definitely, basically, yeah, Brian.
90s until now, prior to these civil lawsuits being filed. Was there talk of wrongdoing on Diddy's behalf?
There really wasn't. To compare him to R. Kelly, for instance, there were rumors swirling around R. Kelly from the beginning. And that started off with his marriage to a very underage Aaliyah. And that's when folks were like, okay, something doesn't seem right here. But like, kind of put it to the side, just kind of put a pin in it for a few decades until all the bombshell allegations and ended up being proved in a court of law came forth. I feel like with Diddy, we didn't hear that much. We knew that he partied hard. We knew that he was always going to high profile events and all of that. But I personally have never heard any rumors surrounding any wrongdoing or anything having to do with him. This is an artist who really came to prominence in the 90s. We remember all of the videos. He was very close with Biggie Smalls, who also tragically lost his life back in the late 1990s, early 2000s. And so he
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Guys, if we could all, if you have not yet, sign the petition to help in the situation with Timmy D's, Ms. Barbara's son. As you all know, a lot of you know that we're here before. I did cover Ms. Barbara's case, Timmy's case, I should say, for Ms. Barbara, again, to bring awareness and make some noise with it again, because it's just not being handled the right way, in my opinion. And you'll see why come Thursday, as another one that we've covered, once again, is not... is not being treated and looked at like it should. Sorry about that. I don't know what froze me up, but so again, this link here that we have, if you can see it, it's on the screen and it should be in the chat. Again, if we can drop the link again one more time, please check out this petition, sign it if you will, and let's make something happen with that if we can, guys. It's really important, really, really important. We're going to be doing an update on Timmy's case again, just to make a little bit more awareness of it. There's the link again. Thank you, Mom, for dropping that. Here shortly after we do this stuff on Thursday. Just stay tuned, everybody. Just stay tuned.
He was somebody who had this whole orbit around him, and so many different artists like Maze and all these different folks that sprung out from this record label and orbit that they were in. So he had a huge impact on what R&B and hip hop looked like in the 90s and the 2000s, and continued to be influential today in terms of other artists that have, gained prominence and gained fame, as well as him as a producer having this really huge presence in the industry. So absolutely, this is a bombshell, and this is something where the impact is going to be reverberating around the globe for a variety of reasons.
But during this era, Diddy did have some trouble with the law. Back in 1999, he was arrested and charged in a shooting at a New York nightclub. His then-girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, and rapper Shyne were also arrested. J-Lo's charges were dropped, but it was Shyne who faced the most serious charges: 3 counts of attempted murder and criminal possession of a weapon. Ultimately, both Diddy and Shyne went to trial. Diddy was acquitted, but Shyne was convicted and sentenced to 10 years in prison. He was released in 2009 and
I'll be honest with you guys. J-Lo's name was on that list too. Now, I don't know what that entails, what that includes, what she has done, if anything, but she was there. So she was on that list as well. And a lot of people ended up being put on that list for Epstein just because they were there. So, guilt by association is a real thing. And again, because they were together at some point. So I'm sure that could have had something to do with it. Not saying that J-Lo did anything, so don't everybody jump all over me at once. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that are being thrown to the wolves. There's a lot more people that are going to be thrown into the fire with this stuff coming out like this. Just saying, for real.
Deported back to his home country of Belize. If we're looking at it in the 1999 lens, or the early 2000s when they went to trial, what was everyone making of it then?
So I think people were not horrified per se. I think they looked at it as, well, this is part and parcel of the hip hop industry. I don't think it was very shocking because, there's definitely a perception, somewhat reality as well, that there is violence in the hip hop community and sort of that beef between different groups or different labels. We all know about the East Coast, West Coast beef that was going on during the 90s with Tupac on one side, Biggie on the other. So this was something that was an outgrowth of that time frame. So I don't think folks were super shocked at that juncture. I think what was more shocking was sort of Jennifer Lopez's involvement in all of this, because I don't think, even though she was like, yeah, I'm Jenny from the block, I don't think anybody really saw her as really going to be that quote unquote that chick who is, coming with the firearm and is going to, hold it down and ride or die for her man. Like, I don't think people really saw that of her. So I think that was the most shocking part of the case back in 1999.
So we've got these allegations that Diddy was responsible as the shooter, but also allegations that J-Lo carried the weapon that Diddy used in the shooting. What's interesting here is that Cassandra Ventura, known publicly as the singer Cassie, says Diddy made her do the same thing. She filed a lawsuit in November of last year, laying out some pretty severe allegations about Diddy. To start, there's that gun allegation that on at least 2 occasions, Diddy demanded Cassie hold his gun in her purse. The lawsuit goes on to
Well, of course, that's what he was doing with J-Lo, with this other girl, so on and so forth. That way he doesn't get held responsible for it because he's a pussy. Excuse my language, but he is. You want to do these things. You want to get out there and you want to make yourself look that way, but you don't want to take responsibility or accountability for it. It don't work that way, bro. Sorry. And I don't care who he is. I will say it to about any one of these people. Money, power. I don't care if you're a judge, the president, whoever you are. You want to do this shit, then you take accountability. Don't be putting that shit up on other people. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. Absolute bullshit. And that's what these people do. They throw all their dirty laundry at other people and let them clean it up for them. Insane. Okay, thank you, Leslie.
the state, quote, there was no clear reason why Mr. Combs required her to hold his gun, except to reinforce to his young girlfriend that he was violent, powerful, and dangerous.
Not only did Jennifer Lopez allegedly bring the gun to the club, now we're also looking at years later, Cassie coming forward and saying that Diddy forced her to carry a gun with her when they went out to different events. So again, I think that this is more along the lines of, when you look at this from a domestic violence lens, from the standpoint of the abuser being very controlling and demanding certain activities to prove loyalty, to basically put yourself in a bad situation where only he can be the one to save you, basically. So in seeing that, the parallels between J-Lo's experience and Cassie's experience, number one, it brings more credibility.
Absolutely, Blue Eyes. Good old Dire Straits. Amen to that one. Great song, actually. Great band.
To what Cassie said in her pleadings, but also, again, it causes us to look at Jennifer Lopez and be like, some of the comments she made about the end of her relationship to Diddy, in terms of, well, there was infidelity, and she kind of skirted the issue a bit. But when you start to look back at her comments, you start to think, ooh, were you in a domestic violence relationship with Diddy, much like how Cassie ended up in a domestic violence relationship with him?
What would have made her want to come forward, and what did you take away from that civil suit?
So the reason why she came forward at this juncture is because New York and California both passed laws around, which was called the Adult Survivor Act. So that basically extends the statute of limitations.
It's interesting that several more people have come forward. There's 4 additional lawsuits to Cassie's, and several of them mention Cassie by name and say, hey, because she came forward and told us about these allegations, we felt comfortable doing the same thing. So did it really backfire for Diddy then?
I think it did, because if this had been...
And you know what, you guys, that's good. I hope that it does start some form of a Me Too movement or something, that people become comfortable enough to say, hey, enough is enough, and support each other, come forward that way. It all needs to come out. Every bit of this needs to be put out there. Every bit of this needs to be seen and heard. Every bit of this needs to be stopped. People need to start saying things, stop minding their business. Like I always say, and do the right thing, folks. It's got to be enough. If this man has charges of trafficking on him at this point, I don't give a fuck who he is, what else he's done. That alone in itself is enough for me to step out here and say something about it too. Go ahead, Mom. I'm sorry.
And you got to think that, like what you're saying about the victims is, sometimes it takes that one person to come out and speak for other people to either find the courage to speak, or they could be so traumatized that they've put that way back in the back of a file in the back of their mind, and it coming out, it triggers something in their brain, was like,
yes,
oh man,
yes.
I was
And
such and such age. That wasn't right.
Well,
But
and
maybe they didn't realize it wasn't right,
Well, it's either that or these people looked up to this person that is a role model for everybody, not just children, adults too. And in turn couldn't believe that this role model, this person they looked up to, that they loved and cherished, could do this to them. Therefore, the embarrassment, the shame has not allowed for that to be brought to the surface until somebody else steps forward and says, you know what, it happened to me. Okay, then it's okay now. And I pray to God, any victims of this have that strength to come forward now. Like I said, as soon as they attached that trafficking charge to him, I said, fuck you. I'm sorry. Excuse my language, folks, but I do not play with that shit. You guys know it, especially when it comes to people like this doing this. Okay, taking full advantage of who they are, their power, using their money to buy them whatever the hell they want. No, I don't give a shit who you are. I don't care how much money you make, where you live, and who you know. You ain't no different than me, bro. And you don't get to get away with it either. I'm sick of it. And I'm going to sit here and scream about it every damn day if I have to until it stops. And everybody knows about it. I definitely will. Damn, this shit makes me nuts. And there are so many more of these people out here, you guys. There's so many more. I'm not kidding. They just, this is what they do. Absolutely what they do. It makes me sick. You're going to say something, Mom? I'm sorry.
You're right. And and something else you made me think about is like, what you got to think that this person is wealthy. He's an artist, or however you want to say it. What about high profile families? What about the families that took their young girls, or apparently boys, around him, and what was done to these children? Then what happens to those children unless they're grown now and they're away from those high profile families? Do you think those families are going to let that come out and then it be shamed upon them? I mean, it's a whole tangled
right. And
weave,
then those,
man.
and you know what happens in a lot of senses with that, Mom? Thank you for saying that. A lot of these other people in turn turn into this person as well. Not because per se they want to, but in a sense that they're pushed into it because, well, you did this and you did that, so now you have to do this. Because if you don't, guess whose name's going to get put out there with? That's what I'm saying. Like, it becomes a horrible, horrible circle that just revolves and revolves and revolves and then it evolves and grows and gets bigger. Bullshit. Enough is enough. These people all need to stop getting away with what they're doing. I don't care if it eliminates Hollywood altogether, folks. I'll deal with it. I don't care anymore. It's not right. And the people that are attached to these other people, judges and attorneys and bankers, and they're all involved with this shit, you guys. It's disgusting. Like I said, you can tell in Hollywood, in the music industry, who said no. You can tell who said no. Those are the people that we don't see or hear from anymore, sadly. The people in Hollywood that are no longer getting roles in different movies and shows and pictures or whatever you want to call it. The people that stopped getting albums put out because they said no. It's sad because you said no, because you did the right thing. Well, guess what? Good for them. It's just beyond disgusting to me. Welcome, Kendra. Good to see you. It's coming, Kendra. It's gonna happen. I said this when this first hit back in March, I think it was. This just kind of chipped the tip of the iceberg. This is all gonna break wide open. At some point, it's gonna break wide open, and they're just gonna start falling out left and right. It's gonna happen. These people can only be protected for so long. And like I said, I don't give two shits who you think you are or who you are. It's over. You're done. You gonna say something, Mom?
I was just gonna say that Cat Williams, he tried to tell people, and everybody just laughed it off because it's Cat. Oh, it's just Cat Williams being Cat Williams, and then all this stuff came out, and then
yeah,
now that he's older and he did that podcast, I mean, he was like, I tried to tell y'all, nobody would listen to me. It's crazy.
That's the only serious thing I ever saw Cat do. The only serious thing, I took it for what it was. Ice Cube came out. He spoke out on the same shit. I think Jamie Foxx did too. There's a lot of these people that stepped up and said, no, this is what's going on. You believe it. You'll see it. And they got blacklisted. They got shut down. I'm not 100% about Jamie Foxx because I don't know if he did or started to or stepped back into it, whatever it was. I've watched all this shit, you guys. I'm telling you, it ain't no joke. It's crazy. It's insane that this stuff takes place. Exactly. The year of exposure. It's going to split wide open. I will bet my entire channel on it, folks, that you'll see so many more come out of this. I'm telling you. And then if you back things up to the whole, I see somebody started to put Rose's name out there. Yeah. If you go back to, what's his name? Harvey, what was that?
Harvey Levin?
Or no, Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein.
Oh,
He
Weinstein.
got
I was going to say, I didn't know Harvey Levin had done anything crazy.
No, Harvey Weinstein destroyed a lot of people over this and attacked a lot of people over like this and did these things. Okay, you got him. These people were all linked. That's why Rose McGowan got blacklisted and a few other actresses got blacklisted because of that. I can't wait. I can't wait to see these people fall and just keep falling and falling and falling.
You got to think of the ones that you see that, back when they were in their prime, they look so good and so happy and so healthy. And then all of a sudden you see them now and they're either 6 feet under or they look like they've aged by 50 years.
Or they just disappeared.
Or they vanish. Exactly.
The people that have just disappeared. Where'd they go? And I'm telling you, this goes back in some senses. It's not the same thing, but it kind of goes back in some ways, in my opinion. When I went back a couple months ago and I was covering that whole scenario that went down with Brittany Murphy and a few other Hollywood actors, actresses, musicians that just their lives were ended for whatever reason. This stuff is all attached in some way, guys. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but it's all linked together in some form or fashion because of the way this stuff goes down. It's no joke. It's really not. And it's very sad that these people, if you don't get involved in what you're supposed to get involved in, you don't go nowhere. And a lot of these people will sell their soul to the devil to become who they are. And that means dealing with this, doing this kind of stuff, getting wrapped up in it, becoming a handler or whatever the hell you want to call this. And then it all plays out. And thank God it's finally being shut down. This is just the start of this. I promise you it is. Let me shut up so I can finish this off for you guys.
Settled without any kind of public involvement, any kind of media coverage, these other people may never have come forward. So by, kind of calling her bluff and saying, oh yeah, there's no way you're going to file this, he did himself a whole lot of damage. But I'm glad because at least now the truth is going to come out and everyone will know who this person is. And now, of course, that kicked everything into high gear in terms of law enforcement involvement and investigations. So as much as this whole thing is sad and sordid, I'm glad that it's coming out so that more survivors can get the closure that they need and that he can be brought to justice for the crimes he's perpetrated on others.
Among those other lawsuits, another filed under the New York Survivors Act by Joy Dickerson Neal. Her allegations date back to 1991 when she was a student at Syracuse University. Joy says Diddy intentionally drugged her, resulting in her being in a physical state where she could not independently stand or walk. Joy also alleges she's a victim of revenge porn because Diddy allegedly recorded the rape and passed around that videotape. According to her suit, Joy demands a jury trial, as does Liza Gardner, who also says Diddy raped her in New York in the 90s. According to her civil suit, Liza and her friend met Diddy at a party and later went with him to an after party where she, quote, was offered more drinks and coerced into having sex with Combs. Liza says Diddy and another man raped her and her friend. Later on, she says Diddy choked her to the point that she lost consciousness. While Jane Doe doesn't list her name in the lawsuit, she does list multiple photos of herself and Diddy. Her allegations date back to 2003 when she was just 17 years old and in 11th grade. Her lawsuit states at this time, Diddy was twice her age and one of the most well-known and influential music artists of all time. Jane Doe alleges Diddy flew her from Michigan to New York on a private plane and raped her in a recording studio. All of this leads us back to Lil Rod's 74-page lawsuit that was filed back in February, detailing a laundry list of wild accusations. Melba says all this parallels a trajectory we've seen before.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Thank you, Sherry. Welcome, Phantom Grower. Good to see you.
This is going to be the end of Diddy as we know him, right? And the next chapter is going to be him incarcerated, much like R. Kelly. And which is, of course, sad, tragic, and horrible, not only for him, but more importantly for the survivors who have gone through some horrific experiences. But yeah, I think this is definitely going to be the end, because with all of the allegations that have come forward and come forth at this juncture, all the artists that have come forward alleging.
I can tell you the Epstein list that I saw, Molly sent it to me a long time ago. We looked at it. I think she looked at it at one point too. By the way, thank you all so very much for getting us in and out of rhythm. God bless. We appreciate you so much. Cuba Gooding Jr. was on the list. There's a lot of people on that list that I would have never, ever thought could have been on that list. Now, again, I can't tell you that they were all responsible for doing anything in particular. But don't remember, guilt by association is real. Okay? That's all it takes, is to be in that area when these things are happening and not saying something about it. Period. Absolutely, Oprah was on that list. Shame on her. Shame on her. That's all I'm saying. A lot of people, you guys. I couldn't believe some of the names I saw in there. Blew my mind. Now, I'm not saying that is the same as what he's being charged with right now. He's just one person out of, I don't know how many. I've seen Kevin Spacey's name thrown in the chat a few times. He was put in that as well. Kevin Spacey was outrightly accused of approaching young boys and saying certain things like, you don't have that right. Okay, just because of who you are. There's a lot of people that we've been ruined with, guys. People that we've all looked up to. People that we've always wanted to be and have been, musical influences for me as a musician in my life. Actors, actresses, people that are of importance in the world. They're worthless. They're worthless because they allowed this to happen, because they became the people that they are. Now, I'm not saying that, welcome, Mike, good to see you. I'm not saying that all these people started off their life this way, that they're all sick people, that they were always that way. But I'm telling you, in some senses, I think money and power will change people. I do. I truly believe it does. And you went that direction. You made that choice. Shame on you. I don't care what your excuse is at this point. You knew better than that. You knew right from wrong. You made a choice. Now deal with it. That's all I'm saying. I've heard about Tom Hanks too, which really breaks me because I love Tom Hanks. I always loved Tom Hanks. I don't know if it's true or not, okay? But it's very possible. It is very, very possible, because Tom Hanks is one of the most powerful men in Hollywood, okay? Because of who he is. He could get any role he wants. That's kind of wild, ain't it? He's a good actor, yes. But he could get any role he wants, I guarantee you. Many people want to go to him for anything, and he's been in multiple different roles. But it's weird how some of these people that are so good don't get these roles. They don't get these contracts. They don't get these albums, these record labels. They don't get all these things all of a sudden. They're amazingly talented, but these people that have almost no talent. No, like Tom Cruise. Somebody just said Tom Cruise. He's the most, I'm sorry for those of you that like him, he's the most talentless piece of garbage I've ever seen in my life. I've never liked him. And I gotta tell you, I truly believe that he's involved. I know he's a Scientologist. I'm not saying that that's what that is. I'm just saying I wouldn't doubt that he's involved in any of this stuff as well. I just don't. So, just saying. I can't stand Tom Cruise. I never could. I never liked anything about him. Any interviews I've ever watched with him, just he comes off sketchy to me as hell. And it has nothing to do with the Scientology thing. It's just him in general. Before I even knew about that. Oh, he's beyond overrated, Kel. Beyond overrated. Tom Cruise is a joke to me. I'm sorry. And he's a complete piece of garbage. I've seen and read stories of things that he's done to previous like spouses or partners or whatever you want to call it at that time. And I've never thought he was a good actor. Going all the way back to The Outsiders, I never thought he was a good actor. I never liked the guy. Something about him was cringe to me from day one. So, and it's just my opinion. That doesn't mean it means anything. It's just my personal opinion is all I'm saying.
Wrongdoing, I can't see how he gets out of this. I just can't.
According to Lil Rod's lawsuit, he lived with Diddy for months at a time while working on Diddy's Love album. During this time, he says Diddy sexually assaulted him, forced him to have sex with prostitutes, and drugged him. On top of all this, Lil Rod says his allegations are corroborated with hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Mr. Combs, his staff, and his guests.
And you know what else makes me angry about this is a lot of these people that are coming out, that will come out, that have come out in the past. These things have been stated before, as you're hearing right now, that have come out in the past. They've been blown off and so you're crazy. That's not true. That couldn't be true. That didn't happen. You're nobody. Why should we believe what you're saying? You're a nobody. And they get brushed off like it's nothing. There is where the problem lies. Okay? I don't care who you aren't. You should never be brushed off with an allegation like that ever. Or it's paid off. It's paid off under the table quietly. How many times, Mom, have you heard about a civil lawsuit being filed about stuff like this in some senses? And all of a sudden, it just shuts off. It goes away. You don't hear from it again. But later on down the road, you find out that there was a $2.5 million payoff that was handed off under the table. And guess what? That person stopped talking about it immediately. Now, yeah, you know what I mean? And well, this person took advantage of such and such a star and blah, blah, blah. It's bullshit.
It is the way of fame, sadly.
Nope. Not no more. Not no more. There's so many people, but he ain't gonna get out of this. He's being put way out in the public eye right now. If they allow him to get out of this, they will be crucified for this. You guys realize that. He'll never get away with this. He'll never get out of this. He's going to be completely prosecuted. It's probably going to be, they're probably going to make P. Diddy in my opinion, an example. And everybody else is going to run from this. Anybody else that
That's
doesn't
what I
get
told
out of
Minnie. And Minnie was like, no, I bet he gets out of it, Mom. I bet he gets out. I said, no, I bet he don't. I bet he don't. I bet social media alone is not going to let this go. This is not, no. 30 years ago when we were on apples with green screens. This is
Right.
the worldwide internet. We're
don't
not
think
going
so.
to let this go.
No. And there's people that are like us that sit out here and scream about this every day, that have been screaming about this with everyday normal people. Well, guess what? You ain't no different than the rest of us, bro. You got to be held accountable. And there will be people such as us that will sit here and scream and yell about this every day. Therefore, they know they can't let this go. If they let this go, it's all gonna internally combust, and it'll be a big old huge problem. So they have to make sure that they do what they do with him and shut everything down. Now, whether or not that stops others from coming out, I don't know. I hope it doesn't. But I understand. I know for a fact that it's going to stop other people from getting involved in this, possibly in this life. See, because now they're going to see, oh my God, this is what could happen if I do this, this, or this. Maybe it will. I'm praying that it will, because that's where the problem is. That's where it needs to be stopped at. it has to stop happening, because people, if they start seeing that people are being held accountable for it, maybe they will, is what I'm trying to say. I pray, at least. Oh, he's going to be facing time if he gets charged with everything he's supposed to be. Absolutely. Exactly. Thank you, Cal. They did. They screwed up with the Epstein scenario. They fumbled that up bad. They're not going to make that mistake again, because that all went away, as we all saw. You know, he hung himself, right? Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I'm a supermodel.
He sure did.
That's what happens. And they know, because he was going to roll. I think he was going to roll on every bit of everything. And somebody said, you better get him now. You better shut him down. He wasn't going to take the fall for everything, because it wasn't all him. Okay. And basically, if I'm going down, you're going with me. End the story. He didn't hang himself. I don't care what anybody says. They found him hanging in a jail cell, and they said he did it to himself. I promise you guys on my entire channel that did not happen. He didn't do it to himself. I promise you that he didn't. I don't care what anybody tells me. He didn't do it to himself. That's all I'm saying. So anyway. Exactly, Paige. That's it right there. There were too many very important people involved in that situation. And I mean, very important. Even more important than actors and musicians and the big top Hollywood people. Way, way more important than them that are involved in that situation. They had to shut him down. End of story. That's all I'm saying.
Royal family, politicians.
Uh-huh. Yeah, oh my God. The names on that list that I saw, one of them is a king. I'll put it that way. You take that for what it is.
Yes, engaging in some serious illegal activity, because Diddy apparently required Lil Rod to record him constantly. The lawsuit even lays out some pictures, like this one, showing Cuba Gooding Jr. with his arm around Lil Rod. According to the suit, Lil Rod alleges Diddy was, quote, grooming him to pass him off to his friends. This fear became reality when Mr. Combs introduced Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. while they were on Mr. Combs' yacht. Court documents go on to state, Cuba Gooding Jr. began touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones's legs, his upper inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks, and his shoulders. But then there are other defendants listed, like corporations such as Universal Music Group and Motown Records, along with their higher-ups. To understand this, I spoke to entertainment attorney Mitra Ohurian. In addition to these record labels that are listed as defendants, they also list CEOs, a former CEO of Motown Records and then a current CEO of UMG. So I'm wondering why, in addition to these labels, are they listing the CEOs?
Yeah, they're trying to pierce the corporate veil. They're trying to say that, you as individuals also were aware of these things happening.
Someone we know for sure is speaking with investigators, though, is Cassie. Melba says she's not surprised.
I expect that she would have, because again, if she's telling the truth, then she's going to give any evidence that she has. So in terms of if there's recording she knows existed, right? I mean, she may not have possession of it, but she could be like, listen, in July of 2005, he forced me to do XYZ at,
very possible, Leslie.
Hotel. There may be surveillance footage to show me going in and out of the building. There may be this video that he took of the horrible events that may have happened that day. So now at least law enforcement will know exactly where to look and start to narrow down different timelines, and then also speak to other witnesses or maybe other survivors that were present and victimized at another point in time, but they can help corroborate some of what she's saying. And that is going to help put together the case against Diddy, likely for human trafficking, for sex trafficking, narcotics charges, etc.
So what we believe is that the Cassie lawsuit kind of spurred this investigation. But is it possible that Lil Rod's bombshell lawsuit that came out in February is really what kicked it into high gear? Because there we learned about the many hours, he says hundreds of hours of recordings. And then as we know, federal investigators were at multiple of his homes. Could those two things be correlated?
Oh, they absolutely are. They absolutely are. I would think that the feds or law enforcement was investigating from when Cassie's lawsuit was filed, but now they have additional fuel for the fire. So now in reading Little Rod's lawsuit, now we're getting into drug use, we're getting into drug trafficking, we're getting into mules, we're getting into pink cocaine. Who knew? And so you're hearing and seeing all of these other allegations that now the feds can be like, okay, now I know I need to look for surveillance tapes. Now I need to look for this aspect. Now I need to speak to these folks because they were listed in Little Rod's lawsuit.
All of that leads us.
You know what, Leslie, as sad as that is to even say, to type, to hear, to listen about, that you're right. I'm not saying he was, but I'm telling you, it wouldn't be hard to believe it at this point. Honest to God. Yeah, I know, Mom. I know. But still, it's very possible and plausible to believe that at this point. That's how disgusting this has all gotten. Way, way, way too far out of hand. No lie.
Up to right now and the speculation of what's next for Diddy. As far as Diddy's name, who's all over multiple of these lawsuits, I mean, he's the main kingpin in all of this. He may be facing some reputational damage, but I'm wondering what's going on behind closed doors with him and his attorneys.
Good morning, Mark and Betty. Good to see you today.
Well,
Welcome.
I want to say that is going to be a very active war room right now because basically they're going to be scrambling to figure out how to avoid criminal liability. Who are the people that are likely to testify against him? Can they try and mitigate that in any way, which I don't think they can? And then also preparing for criminal charges being filed and starting to think through what a defense strategy.
And that's the thing, is these people have to stop being afraid. They need to be protected if that's the case, so that they can step forward and make the allegations the right way and put it where it belongs. Okay. And that way accountability is held. These people need to be protected. They shouldn't be afraid to be able to step forward. The problem is that there's so many other people that are involved in these situations. Nobody knows who to trust because it does involve law enforcement officials, lawyers, judges, very, 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 very important people. So how do you know who's not going to come for you? Do you know what I'm saying? That's the problem there. That's what these people are afraid of. That's why they won't and have never stepped forward. That's where this has to be leveled out. That's where they have to fix the system. Brian, you're right. The whole system. Everything's broken. Everything's broken. They need to fix the shit now before it's already too late, in my opinion. But I think we could come back from this if they would make things right and start doing it now and putting accountability. It doesn't matter who it is. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the damn president. Okay, the Pope, whoever they find out is involved in this, needs to be held accountable and shut it down and show people that you don't have to be afraid. Because that's what the whole problem is with this, is people are scared to death to step forward and say a word. Because, guys, what happens? When people do this, they disappear. It's happened so many times. And if they don't disappear, they lose their life. And I'm not saying by death. I'm saying whatever they have going on in their lives is shut down and taken away from them. They're left with nothing, even though they've earned every bit of that. Okay. Because not everybody has sold their selves, quote unquote, sold their soul to the devil to become who they are. A lot of people are actually that talented. It's just the problem is that there's so many people out there that are musicians and actors, actresses that are that talented that are not being allowed to put forth their talents because they will not succumb to the scenarios. You know what I mean? It's insane.
Could look like making sure that you have bond money set up in case there's bond available for whatever offenses he's charged with, and then making sure you have money set aside that wouldn't be otherwise encumbered because for whatever reason, right? I mean, there's a number of reasons why you may not be able to get cash out right away. Let's say if the cash is tied up in your house, you may not be able to get access to it right away. So you may want to have a separate pool just to be able to pay for that, right? So these are some of the logistics that his defense team might be looking at in preparation for the charges that will come, because there's no question in my mind charges will come.
This story is constantly evolving with new information coming out daily. For updates in Diddy's case, make sure to check back right here with Long Crime for the latest. Reporting for Long Crime, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed.
Okay, so we can go back to that here in a minute. But like I said, this is just like the icing on the cake being scraped off and the cake being cut into, if you know what I'm saying. Okay. You still here, Mom? Yes, there you are.
Did you play the presser? I was late. I was on the phone.
For what? Joseph Couch?
For Diddy?
No, not yet. I haven't. That's in my little thing here. Yes.
Okay. I sent it to you. I didn't know if you played it or not yet.
No, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. 1 second.
I was late.
Okay.
Did they get Couch yet?
No.
Oh.
No, but they have expanded things a little bit. Just a little bit.
That's exciting.
Okay, so hold on a minute here. One minute. Where is it at? Where the hell is it? Okay, hold on.
Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a...
All right, we'll just go with this one. I have like 32 of these, so I'll just go with this one for now. I started with it, but it's okay. Oh, 100% Blue Eyes. This is definitely going to go international. And that's a good point. I have a huge feeling that Interpol may get involved. Scotland Yard, other people as well. I'm telling you, it's way, 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 way bigger than our little corner of the world. I'm just telling you. Because there's too many important people from all over the place involved. 100%.
3-count indictment charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean.
Did you hear all that, everybody? A 3-count indictment, racketeering, sex trafficking. There was prostitution in there. There was arson in there. There was multiple charges in that. That's nothing, though. I'm telling you, once they crack this open, it's like splitting open a coconut. All that milk's going to fall out everywhere, guys. There's going to be so much. And it's kind of like the domino effect, in my opinion. Okay? That once it starts rolling, it's just going to knock it all out. And everything's just going to fall apart from there. And there's going to be Diddy being the way that he is. This is something I'm going to call right now. At some point, he's going to realize he's screwed and he can't get out of this. This is my projected. I just went brain dead there for a minute. What the hell am I thinking about? What is that called when you say something about the future?
Prediction?
Thank you. This is my prediction for this. Remember, I said this on September 17th of 2024. When he realizes, when his attorneys point out to him that you can't get out of this, Sean, you're done. We're just going to have to go for the lesser sentence that we can. Probably a plea deal. I promise you this man's going to roll over on everybody and anybody that was ever involved in anything he did. everybody. And that's when all this shit's going to fall out of the sky. Like rain, folks. People are going to come out of everywhere. It's going to be like cockroaches running all over the place. Okay? That's what I think is going to happen. The only way that I see him getting out of this or getting a minimal sentence for this is if he rolls onto something bigger than what he is, which I very well see him doing. That's part of that prediction, that he's going to point out somebody that is so big and so deeply involved, further than him, more than him, that it's going to blow the top off at the whole world. Okay. That is the only way I see him getting either a minimal sentence for this, or maybe getting off on it altogether. But that's the only way I see it happening. Welcome, Critical. Good to see you. Critical just said Diddy's an informant, has been for years. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. So we'll see what happens, but just saying, that's what my prediction for this is. Truly. And I'm going to say probably by 2026, there's going to be all sorts of shit all over the place with this. People that you would never expect being involved. Just an insane amount of bullshit. It's probably going to destroy Hollywood in some ways too. I'll be honest with you. Again, that's just my personal opinion. I could be completely wrong. Just saying. Oh, this was hold on. That's what you were talking about, Mom. I'm sorry.
What?
Nothing. Don't mind
What
me.
did I do?
You didn't do nothing wrong. Okay, this is the actual. Sorry, guys. I had a clip of that here. That's the one I was looking for, but I couldn't find it for some reason. I forgot where it was. My apologies. What they need to do is they need to let Medea get a hold of him. She'll set it right. Just saying.
I wouldn't mess with Medea.
Morning, everyone.
Okay, so this is the full press conference, guys. Sorry.
My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. Alleged in the indictment carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs.
Exactly, Critical.
He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson.
Now, I have a question with this. With everything he's being charged with, there's arson charges in here, ketamine, drug charges, blackmail, financial blackmail, all that stuff. I got to wonder at this point if anybody was killed because of this. Because if they can find anybody that lost their lives over this and throw murder charges in this, I'll be damned.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, this is about a P. Diddy, Brian, who they're talking about. Because if he did all this, what would hold you back from taking someone's life, Mom? Honestly,
Nothing would hold you back from taking someone's life. And ketamine's not something to play with.
No,
and
it's
the
not.
arson charge is what made my ears perk up. Was arson? That's a pretty serious charge, and then you start filtering through your head.
Well,
who do we know that's high profile that's house is burnt down?
Right. And don't forget his ex-girlfriend. I just saw Critical threw that in the chat. His ex-girlfriend ended up dead. Remember that? That's one person. So I gotta wonder how many murder charges are going to come out of this. How many people that have disappeared are they going to find dead? Just saying.
And you got to think prostitutes, if you're in that lifestyle, whether it's a high-end prostitute or not, because we, at this point, we don't know if he had a preference, whether they were high-end or easy to get or whatever the case may be. Some of those people are trying to make it through college and things like that. But then you have the other people that are desperate.
Yep.
And how many of those people have we shared posters of? How many of those people have we talked about on our channels? How many of those people have we shared on social media?
I guarantee you, if we went into all of our missing posters and our missing files, wonder how many of them came up missing within the area that this all went on. You know what I'm saying? It'd be interesting to see. Something we might want to look into, because who knows? You just don't. I don't put it past this at this point. If there are people that have disappeared and have lost their lives because they refused or they went against the grain. Just saying.
Yeah, I really think that the numbers are going to be, it's going to be mind blowing.
It's going to be,
and hopefully they'll unseal it as well. And we'll be able to see and compare those names to lists and maps. And I'm talking, like Blue Eyes said, girls, boys, adults. Yep. I'm not leaving anybody out of the circle.
I don't think they did. So why should we? Right. I think anybody and every kidnapping, yes, Ro, 100%. Hey, Bianca. Let me see here. Brian got moved, or Brian Kober got moved, Brian, because the hearing got moved. The venue was changed to that area, so they had to move him to that area. That's why he got moved. If they wouldn't have changed the venue, he wouldn't have been moved. But yeah, Critical, thanks for throwing that in there. But yeah, his ex was killed, but I'm telling you, there's got to be more. I promise you that they're going to find that there's more.
Yeah, that's what I want to know, is not the ones we know about. I want to know about the ones we don't know about, that we don't know are connected to this. That's where my brain goes is, we already know how deep this kind of shit goes. But I want to know, how many names have I said? How many names have you said? How many names and faces have we shared to people in these chats that are going to come up?
There's so much more coming, Mom. I promise you there is. There's so much more coming. I just pray to God, like you said, that it's unsealed and that they put it all out there for real. That's all I'm saying.
The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered.
That's military weaponry right there, folks. That is military. How in the hell? How? Well, I know how, but that's what I'm saying. Because of this, you get that. Bullshit. Sorry. Bullshit.
Covered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Missy Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Tursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Well, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, they're different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more.
Are you asking who this is, Brian? Who is he? He's a music producer. He was an artist, a rapper, singer. He produced a lot of different other artists, Notorious B.I.G., Biggie Smalls, Maze. Oh my God, there's a lot of them that he helped to produce. He had an album, or he had a record label called Bad Boy Records at one point. I think he still does. And he produced a lot of people out of there, and he used that business is what a lot of this is. He used the Bad Boy Records and the other business that he has. Oh, the guy on the TV is the district, the state's attorney. I'm sorry, federal DA, basically. I don't know his name. I'll have to get his name. I'm sorry, but I'll get it though. But yeah, he did all of this with that business, and all of these crimes were committed under that business, those business names. So again, the racketeering charge is where all that comes from. You're welcome, Brian. No problem, buddy. So, but with all of that name, that business, I think there was more than one business that he used this for, but typically it was Bad Boy Records is where it all started at back in the day. He basically promoted prostitution and sex trafficking. Oh my God. There was something else I was going to say and I lost it again. The band, Kennedy Kane. There's a lot of groups that came out of that Bad Boy Records thing. And a lot of those people that were involved in those groups and whatnot are victims of what has happened in some senses. Okay. That's the problem. So this is just disgusting and too many ways.
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves court.
Exactly. That's why it's a RICO trial. There's going to be way bigger than you guys think it's going to be. I promise you that.
Or force is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you...
Tupac came out of, well, before, when Tupac was killed, he was under Death Row Records with Suge Knight, who I'm going to tell you, I'm pretty sure he's already in prison, but I'm pretty sure that Suge Knight was probably wrapped up with this as well, because he was involved in a lot of shit too. So don't be surprised if that comes into play at some point. But Suge's already locked down and he's screwed anyway. All of his shit's gone now. But his name's probably going to come up within this. Don't be surprised at all, you guys. 100%, Miss Sherry. 100%.
Can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN. Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Julia Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences? And did he have locations where he kept them and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it. And so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he...
For those of you that are wondering what labor trafficking is, labor trafficking is what he basically forced people to work for him, to do jobs for him, with the threat of either pulling their financial stability or other things. But that's basically what that is. Labor trafficking is he forced people, on multiple people, to work and do jobs and do his dirty deeds or whatever, with the threat of either blackmail or pulling, like I said, financial, taking all their financial support away from them in some sense is what it was.
And it can also be a promise, like a promise to be famous, or a promise to be in a music video, or
I'll make you big.
I'm
I'll
gonna buy
make
you a house. I'm gonna,
Right. Absolutely. And then these people do these things, and guess what? It never happened. Okay. I'm sure there's probably 2-3 handfuls of musicians out there that he brought in under his wing and said, listen, if you do this, this, and this, I'll get you a record label. They believed him because of who he was. It never happened, probably. And he brushed them off like they were nobody. Who's gonna believe them? That's the problem. That's what the problem has been with this whole thing. They can say whatever they want to say, and people are gonna look at him and go, he never said that to you. That's Diddy. Why would he say that to you? Well, guess what? Here we are. So yes. Absolutely. Most of it is probably blackmail. I'll be honest with you guys. For some, I'm sure that they already spoke about electronic, like basically videoing certain scenarios. I'm sure that there's how can I put this without sounding too? I'm sure there were experiences that were videoed or recorded that he held against people over their heads of different scenarios. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead and say something about this and that, and I have this, and the whole world's going to see it. That type of thing. You know what I mean? In fact, I can almost promise you that that's partly what this is going to be about. I think there was something like that involving Justin Bieber at one point. There's talk that he groomed Usher at a young age, and Usher has become one of these people as well, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of different things out there, but this is all going to have to be proved in the court of law before it can be put down as the real deal. You know what I mean? And yeah, that is true. He had cameras in every room of his home and multiple homes, and they said he recorded everything. Yeah, there's been a lot of men and women that have come forward. That's true, Blue Eyes. 100%. A lot of people came forward and said he did this, this, and this, which is how these charges got put out there. They've showed proof of it. Thank God. People got tired of being scared of him and being afraid of, what the threats were. Yes, Jaden Smith, Will Smith's son, was brought into this as well, I've heard. That's crazy. There's a lot of names of victims that were involved in this stuff, you guys. It's really sad. It really is. Neo, yes, that's true.
Prison One. All I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. Was that at the residence or hotel? That was at a hotel.
Naturally.
And you know what, you guys? I'm going to say this. I don't think I can say it once. Jeffrey Dahmer did the same type of thing to people. Okay, we know for a fact that Jeffrey Dahmer had a victim that tried to escape. They did. They were brought back to him, and then he killed that person. This is no different as far as I'm concerned. It's really not. Jeffrey Dahmer was a serial killer, yes. P. Diddy is a record producer. But he's doing the same stuff, basically. Okay? Dahmer killed a lot of people physically. We don't know if he has or he hasn't, but Diddy killed a lot of people's lives. Diddy killed a lot of people's self-confidence. Diddy killed a lot of people's soul because of what he did to him. Just saying. It's the same thing as far as I'm concerned. And it needs to be treated just the same in that way. Diddy probably did more to some people than Dahmer did to some of his victims. I'll be honest with you. That's just my opinion. So again, just saying, think about it like that for a minute.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well.
That's right, Kel. Amen. Monsters don't discriminate. That's very true. Thank you, Bianca. It's the best thing I could think of off the bat like that. But still, it's true. It's all in the same boat as far as I'm concerned. And I don't think it should be treated any different. That's just my opinion. And again, Bling, I'm right with you. I'm pretty sure that we'll find out, hopefully, that there were quite a good few people that probably lost their life because of this, guys. These people think they're untouchable. They can do whatever they want and have done whatever they want. Well, guess what? Now it's time. So
there's a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residents? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? So I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts, along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So, some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pre-trial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said.
Welcome, Bobby. From what I understand, that's very true. There's no bond. They said no to the bond at this point. I don't know if that's going to change or not, but that's my understanding, Bobby. It's good to see you, bud. Thank you for joining us tonight. No bond, thank God. Like I said, I think they're going to make an example out of him at this point because it's too much. It's too much, and it's been going on for too long. It's been allowed for too long, and it makes high-ranking law enforcement look bad. They got to stop it at some point, guys, at least for their own sakes. Truly, and they know, like Mom said a little bit ago, truly, that if they let this go by the wayside, it's going to get dark and ugly, folks, because this world right here is going to blow this out of the water every single day, day after day after day. There'd be riots caused over this, folks. Think about it for a minute. We all saw what happened with the Rodney King situation back in the 90s. This can work the same way. It can work the same way, because except in a better way, obviously, because at this point, this man has done so much damage to so many people. There's so many victims, and I'm sure there's more coming. Okay. If they let this go, it will destroy the government. People, we the people will tear it apart, folks. YouTube, TikTok, whatever other social media accounts will destroy it from within here. And then the people on the streets, they will not put up with it. They won't. And that'll take any respect that law enforcement has from people away, because they allowed for this to go. It can't happen. So they're going to have to make an example out of him and anybody that's involved with this. That's just my opinion.
Operative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating.
You know what, Bianca? I agreed with that, but I think he knew that if he did, that they would get him wherever he went. And I think they were sitting on him, literally sitting on him, at least from March, and knew any move he made that if he tried. Well, we saw what happened in March when they saw him people were watching him hardcore because they caught him at the airport doing something, and they were watching him like a hawk. He wasn't going to go nowhere. There's no way in hell they were going to let him out of their sights. So that's probably why he could have tried, but they were probably watching him, and he knew that. So
has taken on tremendous elasticity and no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that will bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
Again, I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So that's the whole thing from the DOJ. Wow. Like I said, it took long enough, sadly. But hold on a minute. Let me see something here. Now, some of this stuff here, some things that were sent to me. Hold on a minute here. Give me a second. Now, there's been rumor. Now, I don't know how true this is because you know how this stuff happens. But another really big name in the music business is Jay-Z, Beyonce. Jay-Z is the president of Def Jam Records, blah, 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 so on and so forth, okay? It's been rumored that if this shit hits the fan like this, when I said that Diddy's going to roll on people, I promise you that if Jay-Z had any involvement, which he's going to roll on all of them, guys, and it's all going to come out in the wash, truly. Somebody sent me this morning in regards to this. It's not 100% with this, but it's interesting. People guys send me things all the time of when these things. You still here, Mom?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on a minute.
Puff Daddy to me is like a what's them dudes who run the 3-ring circus? The dude that come out and you know what I mean? Just ringmaster.
Some massive allegations might be coming soon involving Justin Bieber, P. Diddy, and Usher. Usher was discovered when he was 14 years old by P. Diddy. In an interview with Oprah Winfrey.
Hold up. Please tell me that's not Joseph Morrison or Joseph Morris. No. Okay.
In 2012, Usher admitted that Puff Daddy had brought him to sex parties and exposed him to drugs when he signed to the record label.
It appears Ice Cube is once again stirring up controversy, dropping hints about potentially shady dealings involving Jay-Z and Diddy. Brace yourselves for what could be a bombshell revelation, as the tea he's supposedly brewing threatens to shake things up. With each passing day, it feels increasingly likely that Jay-Z is following a similar tumultuous path as Diddy, suggesting there's much more to uncover. According to Ice Cube, there's a complex web of shadows connecting Jay-Z and Diddy, delving into some rather grim affairs while mutually covering their tracks. Interestingly, Jay-Z only severed ties with Diddy at the 11th hour, suggesting he was keen on concealing his own involvement.
I guess he the ringmaster because, you know, he do it big and he always put on a show. So Puffy is the ringmaster.
Moreover, rumors are circulating that Diddy may have played a role in Justin Bieber's substance use issues. These rumors gain credibility when taking into account past allegations made by Cassie and Bieber's own statements regarding his fight against addiction, especially under the early pressures of stardom. Notably, Bieber's recovery and professional successes appear to align with his reduced association with Diddy, raising inquiries about Diddy's impact on Bieber's previous difficulties.
Record label. The cycle repeated when Puff Daddy found Justin Bieber around the same age as when he found Usher. According to Justin Bieber's own mother, Puff Daddy corrupted her son, pressuring him to go to these drug-fueled sex parties. This all becomes even more disturbing given the R. Kelly level allegations brought up against Sean Puffy Combs this past year.
Diddy's extravagant gifts to Bieber, such as a Ferrari and a mansion for his 18th birthday, have raised eyebrows, especially considering Diddy's previous financial controversies with other musicians. The situation becomes more intriguing as Diddy teases secret transactions with Bieber, opting to keep the specifics under wraps.
Other women and men all tell the same story of being drugged and SA'd by P. Diddy. P. Diddy allegedly admitted to murdering people to keep this all quiet.
On the other hand, with Diddy facing a barrage of legal battles, speculation arises whether Jay-Z might be next in the firing line for scrutiny. Yet, it prompts a moment of reflection. How did Jay-Z, of all people, become entangled with someone like Diddy, and what secrets could he be desperately guarding? Let's delve deeper into this enigma.
Thief is the worst thing. His hand should be chopped. Her hand should be chopped off. His or her hand should be. That's the way I feel about somebody taking something from somebody that ain't there. When you could go out and you could.
It appears that Jay-Z might be feeling the pressure, especially with Ice Cube allegedly revealing some rather dark details concerning the connection between him and Diddy. Rumors on the street
indicate that the information Ice Cube possesses could potentially deal a fatal blow to Jay-Z's career, possibly leading him straight into trouble.
There's talk suggesting that Ice Cube hasn't kept this tantalizing information to himself either. Whispers hint that he may have shared it with the authorities, aiming to bring both Jay and Diddy down. And let's not forget the recent spotlight on Jay-Z with all the scandals surrounding Diddy. People are now wondering if Jay might be the next one to face scrutiny.
After they are done with Diddy, Jay-Z is up next to be exposed, right? Jay-Z, over the course of his career, and I have to still say allegedly, has done things and allegedly participated in a lot of things that the public would not be happy to know.
Storm Monroe, a well-connected insider,
I'm sorry. Hang on a minute. What's the matter, Blue Eyes? How can I block someone in chat? Why would we do that? What's wrong?
I didn't block anybody. I think I'm the only mod in here. Well, no, Alicia's in here. Who got blocked?
No. She's asking how can she block someone?
Why?
Is there a problem? Is there a problem? I can. You can personally block them by right-clicking on their name if you want to. It'll give you the option. I'm just, if there's a problem, I want to be able to deal with that. That's all. I was trying to follow chat, but I didn't see anything.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, we all respect each other's opinions and feelings in here in this community, truly. Even if we're allowed to have opposing opinions. Everybody is. You know, you don't have to get upset with each other. You're okay, Walt. Don't worry about it. Just respect each other, please. There's only a rule I have in here is to respect each other, respect each other's feelings and opinions. You can disagree, and we can still shake hands and walk away at the end of the day. That's all I ask for anybody. That's all.
Okay. It was just a difference of opinions.
And that's fine. That's fine. Big deal.
Yeah, and you guys gotta remember, we're all adults, and like even if you don't agree with the subject that's going on right now, there may be a different subject where you and that person, you might find something they say enlightening. So
very much. There's people I've disagreed with that have different feelings in here. And I still respect that person highly, very much so. That's all. Just that's all I ask of anybody is just to respect each other. That's all. Thank you very much.
Recently released a video shedding light on a potential storm brewing in Jay-Z's world. According to Monroe, once the chaos surrounding Diddy subsides, Jay-Z might find himself embroiled in a similar legal battle. Behind the scenes, shadowy figures are allegedly orchestrating Diddy's downfall and could drag Jay-Z into the fray.
What I've heard about them as a couple is that they've been living separate lives for a very long time. So they together, but they living separate. And part of the reason why they are already living separate lives, and we may actually see one of the biggest divorces in Hollywood, is because Jay-Z is up next to be exposed.
Monroe hints at murky incidents from Jay-Z's past that the public is unaware of, suggesting a potentially uncomfortable revelation. Furthermore, Monroe discusses Jay-Z's past collaborations with R. Kelly, highlighting how adept PR and industry influence can conceal unsavory aspects of a persona.
And it's only so much of these stories that Jay-Z, he can pay off or he can block. He won't be able to stop this. And she knows it, and he knows it too. As far as who's going to be the breakout victim / story, I don't know.
I suppose you could call it public humiliation, because after the big documentaries air and they finish with Diddy, Jay-Z is the next big name to be exposed. For some reason, though, you guys like to conveniently forget how old Foxy Brown was when he was dating R. Kelly, and they were doing a lot of things to supposedly marry her when she was only 15. That's a big no-no because, legally, she couldn't sign any documents for herself. She needed a parent or guardian to do that. However, R. Kelly was able to pull some strings and obtain documentation stating that Aaliyah was 18 and competent to consent to marriage.
JC had a bunch of kids in the tri-state area, particularly Maryland. He paid off those kids to stay quiet, right? Remember, some stuff came out, Dorothy came out, and then she disappeared. Allegedly, she ended up, going from being homeless with her kids to having a big house in Maryland and a black Escalade, and, she's quiet now.
Imagine fast-forwarding to the moment when the truth finally emerges. It's revealed that R. Kelly, already in his 20s, had fabricated documents to wed a child. The marriage ages, but Hollywood's murky dealings come to light. Here's the baffling twist. Despite apparent legal breaches, he somehow evades imprisonment. It seems a multitude of laws were flouted, yet in Hollywood, wealth and influence possess the power to erase transgressions and evade consequences. Consider this scenario. If the events surrounding R. Kelly unfolded in 2024, the backlash against him would have been monumental. Massive social media uproar, extensive investigations into document forgery and child marriage allegations, and a swift exit from the music industry would likely have been the outcome. However, this all occurred in the 90s, an era characterized by different societal norms. What's intriguing is Jay-Z's response, or lack thereof. Instead of distancing himself or denouncing R. Kelly, Jay-Z collaborated with him on a joint album and embarked on a tour together. Jaguar Wright found this association perplexing and couldn't comprehend how Jay-Z could condone being associated with R. Kelly, especially considering the serious allegations against him. In hindsight, Jay-Z's apparent acceptance of R. Kelly's actions, including his relationship with a minor and subsequent marriage, raises questions about his ethical stance. Indeed, as far back as 2002, Nas subtly suggested that Jay-Z was aware of R. Kelly's inappropriate behavior with underage girls, including Aaliyah. Nas divulged this information during an interview with Wendy Williams on the radio, prompted by the emergence of a tape showing R. Kelly with a younger girl. Nas remarked that the situation unfolded abruptly, with everyone involved attempting to navigate it. Two close friends found themselves entangled in a tumultuous love triangle, a recipe for disaster waiting to unfold. Jealousy reared its ugly head swiftly, especially as Aaliyah juggled dates between the two of them. However, the situation took an unexpected turn when Aaliyah began to show favoritism towards Dame. leaving Jay-Z feeling discontented. Known for his inability to handle defeat gracefully, Jay-Z's frustration reached its peak when Aaliyah and Dame escalated their relationship, leaving Jay-Z feeling betrayed. The 4th of July bash became the setting for revelations as Jaguar Wright spilled the beans, corroborating Dame's version of events. Seeking vengeance, Jay-Z resorted to undermining Dame's business and betraying him, all because Dame won the affection of the girl they both desired.
They went too far. Sean Combs and Sean Carter have been working together for the better part of 25 years to find a way to take over full control of the entertainment industry. They have been slumping and sidelining relevant hip-hop communities for decades so that they can have control.
Jay-Z's attention veered from Aaliyah to Beyoncé, aspiring to join Hollywood's most influential duo. The challenge lay in making Beyoncé the leading lady of Tinseltown. However, let's not discount Beyoncé's innate greatness, or without Jay-Z, her destiny was assured. Casting our minds back to their initial encounter, Beyoncé was just emerging from Destiny's Child, determined to leave her mark. Meanwhile, Aaliyah was already establishing herself, poised to conquer the world. Yet, fate intervened tragically, leaving a vacuum at the summit. According to Jaguar Wright, it wasn't mere chance that paved Beyoncé's path to the spotlight. Interestingly, there's speculation that Aaliyah's untimely demise might not have been accidental, but rather a meticulously planned event.
This is what I'm talking about. Aaliyah dying in a plane crash. I have read, God, at least 12 different stories stating that it's believed that it wasn't an accident, that it wasn't an accidental crash, that it was to keep things quiet because she was going to say something about a lot of this shit. This is what I'm talking about, guys, about people being murdered because they're going to step forward and say, okay, enough is enough. I got to wonder how many others this could have happened to. And I'm telling you, when I said, hey, chick bait, when I said that I believe that Diddy's going to roll on people, don't think I'm wrong, because Jay-Z's another big person. He's been smarter, yes. That doesn't mean that there aren't things there. And people that get into these messes, they don't like to go down alone. Just put it that way.
And in this book, I talk about how Beyonce has indoctrinated so many modern day women to think that they can replace their man, to be single, be independent, be strong, whatever. But when push came to shove and Jay-Z cheated on her, her ass stayed put right there. Why? Because Jay-Z's a billionaire, he's successful, he has more status than she does. And here's the problem. Beyonce has status too, but how many men are going to rise up to Beyonce's level?
Like Jay-Z.
Thank you. So here's the reality. Women date across and above. Men date down and up. She can't replace Jay-Z to the same level that Jay-Z can replace her because men don't have the same amount of standards.
Let's delve into a brief recap. Aaliyah's passing wasn't a happenstance occurrence. Following the crash, rumors circulated that the small plane was overloaded by several hundred pounds, with the weight distributed unevenly, leading to chaotic control issues upon takeoff. Further investigation revealed the pilot's dubious credentials. He allegedly falsified his license and was under the influence of unknown substances. When the moment of crisis unfolded, Aaliyah found herself hesitating at the boarding gate, her apprehensions about flying laid bare. Kathy Lowley immortalized this episode in her book, chronicling the renowned songstress's life. It was on that fateful August 25th, 2001, when Aaliyah, accompanied by 13-year-old Kingsley Russell, whose family operated a taxi service in the Abaco Islands, headed towards the airport for her return journey to the US. However, upon catching sight of the awaiting plane, Aaliyah made a decisive choice, opting out of boarding and instead retreating back to the cab. Kingsley Russell later recounted the incident, shedding light on how a member of Aaliyah's team revisited her in the cab, ensuring her well-being after her choice to abstain from the flight.
Florida has been buying companies and stopping my projects for 15 years.
Oh, Mr. Diddy, aka Mr. Love. Now,
no, Sean Carter.
Jay. Okay. That's why it's Rock Nation. Like, you had some kind of C&D where you couldn't talk about Jay-Z, but
I never signed no paperwork.
Okay, you never signed no paperwork.
I just didn't want to put my family.
Kingsley divulged a bit of gossip, alleging that Aaliyah had expressed concerns about the plane. Reportedly, they gave her a sleeping pill, and despite her reservations, they transported her from the taxi to the plane while she was unconscious. Now, fans speculate about Jay-Z and R. Kelly's knowledge of the situation, given their close ties with Diddy. Perhaps Diddy even chuckled and carried on when karma caught up with R. Kelly. Jay-Z's PR team went into overdrive to distance him from any association with R. Kelly, and now it appears Jay-Z is doing the same with Diddy. It's intriguing, considering how tight-knit their relationship is. Do you recall when Diddy made it clear that only his mother and Jay-Z have the privilege to call him Sean? Not to mention, there's still a photo of Jay-Z proudly displayed on Diddy's website.
Who is Sean approved from the world of entertainment?
There's only one person.
Oh, go on.
And I call him Sean. That's Jay-Z. We call each other Sean.
Okay.
Yeah. Nobody else could call me Sean.
He's the only person who's Sean approved.
There's not a single person that
outside of family.
That should be outside of my mother.
Okay,
That should be calling me. Yeah, they should be calling me Sean.
Diddy has been consistently praising Jay-Z, acknowledging his role in filling the monumental shoes left by legends like Biggie and Tupac. During an X-Space celebration for Biggie's 50th birthday on Tidal, back in 2022, Diddy couldn't contain his admiration for Jay-Z, especially for his contributions to the rap scene following the losses of Biggie and Pac. Diddy expressed his gratitude, saying, "Bro, you stepped up and filled those shoes. We are truly thankful for your presence. I know how much Big looked up to Jay." And let's not forget when Jay-Z partnered with the NFL and faced criticism, Diddy had his back, publicly supporting him. Taking to Instagram, Diddy declared Jay-Z as one of the greatest to ever grace the scene, emphasizing his selflessness and advocacy for others in the hip-hop culture. In these times, it's evident that there's a genuine bromance brewing between the two. Jay-Z took center stage at the 2022 BTA Awards, delivering a poignant narrative in a video montage celebrating Diddy's Lifetime Achievement Award. He hailed Diddy as an inspiration for youngsters striving from humble beginnings. However, amidst the accolades, whispers surfaced, suggesting Jay-Z might be ready to distance himself from Diddy amid public scrutiny, echoing the very criticisms Diddy faced.
Hey, what's up, Diddy? How you doing? Hey, is it true that Cassie's pregnant?
The irony deepens with rumors circulating about Jay-Z's involvement with Foxy Brown. Allegedly, Jay-Z initiated a relationship with her when she was just 14, culminating in involvement when she reached 15, while he was a 24-year-old making waves with LL Cool J's I Shot Ya remix. Foxy was making waves in the music scene, collaborating with prominent artists, but her standout partner was Jay-Z. Together, they dropped their first major duet, Ain't No N, featured on the Nutty Professor soundtrack in '96. The explicit lyrics raised eyebrows, especially since Foxy was only 15 at the time. Jay-Z later addressed the rumors in his song Picasso Baby, denying any involvement but acknowledging the controversy stirred up. Despite the criticism, Foxy and Jay-Z continued to make waves in the industry, proving their resilience against slander and maintaining their artistic integrity. As it turned out, Foxy wasn't exactly thrilled about it. She had been advising Jay to ignore the rumor, but during an interview she spilled the beans, expressing her shock when he dropped that line. According to Foxy, their connection went beyond just music, and they used to brush off such rumors with laughter. However, there's a twist to the story. Foxy felt compelled to address that embarrassing line from their past, a time when she was essentially a kid.
So this went way further down the road than I was going. Anyway, the point that I was trying to make with this is there's a lot of people that are coming forward about this stuff now. Where's that other piece I had? Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
What do y'all think about all this mess, chat? Right, Alicia? It is about time. It is about damn time. And yep, Chick Bait Cat Williams did a long time ago. And then he came back out. Chick Bait says it's a mess, just how they brushed it off 30 years ago like it wasn't a big deal in the media, right? It's crazy and downright disgusting. Blame on these people. Shame on these people. And blame them too. I'm glad it's getting blown out of the darkness. Me too, SRB. And hello, honey. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, like I said earlier, is, social media and the internet, they're not allowed to just, they're not going to be able to just push this under the rug and be like, oh, look here, don't look there.
Not no more.
We're not going to let it happen.
No. Not no more. That is for sure. Hold on a minute here. Here you. I'll tell you what, I've always been a fan of Cat Williams, okay? Very, very funny guy. I never saw him say or do anything serious until this shit started coming out. And you could tell when he talks, He ain't playing. He's not joking. He's not making it a joke. He's being real with this. Listen to some of this here, guys. I heard this. This was been months ago I heard this, and I still had this. But this was really interesting. This was just a short of it, but just a little piece of it to tell you. And these people were threatened. I watched documentary on some of that. Some of these people were threatened. Cat was threatened. There's a few other, I don't want to, comedians or stars, artists, musicians, actors, whatever. They were threatened because they started speaking out on this. Then all of a sudden they shut up. Jamie Foxx went through a whole rigmarole about this where somebody tried to, that's a whole thing, guys, because he didn't know what to do. And he started to my understanding is that Jamie Foxx started to say something about this to fight against this and then gave in. That's how I took this from what I read and saw about this. This is sad. This is absolutely sad that these people have to fear for their life, basically, because they're not going to be part of this. They don't want to be part of this bullshit. Yeah, the thing about the not wearing dresses and stuff like that being forced in the industry, right? I saw that too, Kel.
I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson, when I talked about R. Kelly, they canceled me for these things because why would you talk about another black dude? Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. All of these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is.
There it is. 2024. That interview, the whole interview was really good because he was speaking nothing but true facts on that. And where did it go? I think this might be today.
That's the thing.
Hold on a minute.
That's the thing.
Maybe not. Yeah, I think this might be. Hold on. These are just shorts, you guys, but some of this stuff is interesting to see reactions from other people.
Nobody shot Tupac. And if nobody shot Tupac, it's the same nobody that shot MLK. It's a lot of who gonna turn down 50 million? That's the same nobody that shot Tupac. And if nobody shot Tupac, it's the same nobody that shot MLK. It's a lot of nobodies out there, and nobody minds if nobody comes up missing, right? That don't bother nobody, does it? Certainly doesn't bother me. So, shout outs to the nobodies. The police said they arrested the shooters, then said they didn't arrest the shooters. But I was there.
Did Suge do anything to provoke this, or
nobody in the world has ever provoked themselves being shot?
That's true.
If you're an idiot, you can believe this was about Suge Knight.
What about the reports that this was gang related? That these were two gang members that thought they did it in spite of Tupac.
If it was gang related, then why didn't it happen thoroughly? You're saying it was gang related, so that means somebody's gang was shooting at somebody's gang, and then somebody's gang didn't shoot back. That's your story?
What's happening, Puff? King of the pedophiles.
That's the same nobody that shot Tupac. And if nobody...
That's why I like Cat Williams, because he don't hold no bullshit, and he doesn't care. He has no fear, and he shouldn't. He shouldn't have to have fear. But if you noticed, everything he was speaking on in the background, they're showing clips. It's Diddy with everybody. You know what I mean? Around and round it goes. And it's been going round and round for years. It's disgusting. And I'm glad. I pray to God that they follow through with this wholeheartedly. There was more. I watched multiple interviews on this. He had, there's another interview where he says that, oh, where did it go? I had it downloaded. Where is it? Kat went on, did an interview with Joe Rogan, revealed a bunch of shit there. Is this the one? Hold on, I think this one is it. For those of you that haven't followed any of this because it just seems like a bunch of bullshit, now we're seeing that it's not. It's finally surfaced to be the real thing. So pay attention to it, folks, because it's not a joke. This is the real thing. It's been happening for a long time, is all I'm saying.
I can't win over there because I don't play. I don't participate. Like, you can't buy me, not because I'm not for sale. You can't buy me because I'm not in the store.
He only eat the He didn't say anything about any of these white boys. And none of these white boys function like that. Cat was talking about did to other but not about anything. The did to him.
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side.
Remember how back in the day, Dave Chappelle used to make fun of Diddy all the time on Chappelle's Show? Well, fast forward to now, and there are all these rumors flying around about Dave possibly switching sides and cozying up with all these shady industry characters that he used to criticize. Just like Cat Williams, Dave used to be all about calling out the industry elites. But now it's like he's dodging the real issues, and even his stand-up routines are not hitting like they used to. People are saying he is resorting to cheap shots in his jokes, punching down, and picking on easy targets. But wait, there's more drama. Dave was spotted hanging out with Diddy shortly before Cassie dropped her lawsuit back in November. And so far, Dave hasn't said a peep about Diddy's recent scandals. Fans are feeling let down with this big change from Dave being all outspoken about the dark side of the industry. And a lot of folks are scratching their heads about why Dave is all of a sudden friends with Diddy. Well, it looks like Cat Williams had something to say about all of this. So let's get into it.
It was just to hold people accountable that weren't being held accountable, you know? So in all jobs, there's some accountability. And part of the money that you make is how well you can handle that. Like, they can't give you a football contract that says you're not going to pull something.
So I'm sure you've all seen Cat's viral interview on Club Shay Shay, where he talked about Dave Chappelle turning down that $50 million deal from Comedy Central. Cat revealed that he had to turn down some big money deals too because of strings attached. And he even brought up Diddy, hinting that maybe the deals Diddy's throwing around have similar strings.
Dave Chappelle walked away from $50 million. You said it was more. Tell the story.
That's right.
I'm gonna let you tell it.
No, you're
no, I want you to tell it.
You really are the best. You've proven it here today. And until you understand what happened to the dude, you don't understand what happened. Like, no, not they offered him $50 million and he turned it down. Who gonna turn down $50 million? Now, I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times. 4 times, just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was telling you about. Right, because P. Diddy be wanting to body. And you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did. See, I got the receipt for everything I'm telling.
Yes, Ellen DeGeneres is wrapped up in this too. There's a bunch of people, you guys, I'm telling you. Some of them may not be as far involved in this as others, but there's involvement, guys. It's really sad. This whole thing here that when he put this out, like I said, I was one of them people that was watching this way back when going, come on now, until all this shit hit in March. And I went, wow, okay, so it's real. Here we are. You know what I mean? And they're saying that basically what this was saying was that Dave Chappelle has been covering up what Diddy's done, and he knows it. At this point, he was involved in some point. He was paid off to be okay with it, I guess you could say. Well, just saying.
Telling you, that's why I just say I'm so agree.
Now here's a twist. While Cat gave Dave Chappelle props, turns out Dave wasn't feeling the love. In fact, he went off on Cat during a recent stand-up gig and called him out for exposing fellow black comedians. But before we get into that, let's first talk about Dave Chappelle's unexpected bromance with Diddy. Word on the street is that Dave and Diddy are tight now, and fans are raising their eyebrows, especially because back in the day on the Chappelle Show, Dave used to poke fun at Diddy.
When you forward here, you can be bad boy artists here, but if you want to do it, first, y'all gotta walk to Queens and get me a sugar cookie.
Games with each other too, like our annual photo flip.
Oh, damn.
Oh, damn. Little ass teeth. You got dolphin teeth. Yeah, I see your hard teeth. He always says he doesn't want anyone to see him shine, but the looks shiny to me. Looks like Malcolm X before he converted to Islam.
So because Dave used to clown Diddy all the time, fans were naturally curious to hear what Dave would say about all these allegations swirling around about Diddy. Another reason everyone was eager to hear from Dave about Diddy's situation is because Dave used to be very outspoken about the shady things happening in Hollywood. Shortly after Dave turned down that huge $50 million deal from Comedy Central and escaped to Africa, he went on the Oprah show and made it clear that he wasn't just ditching the cash, but all the other crazy things that come with the fame and fortune at that level.
Fine. I'm glad you're here. Everybody wants to know, why'd you walk away from $50 million?
Well, I wasn't walking away from the money.
Yeah.
I was walking away from the circumstances that were coming with the newfound plateau.
Yeah.
And I've heard the stories of what happens, and I've seen these kinds of things play out in front of me.
Okay. When you say you heard the stories, what do you mean? What stories?
I mean, you see before, look, Mariah Carey made a $100 million deal, and 3 months later, she's all of a sudden mysteriously crazy. Or Martin Lawrence punches through and he's waving a gun on the street screaming, they're trying.
Now, this is the stuff I was talking about earlier. A lot of these people, stars, actors, musicians, artists, whatever, they get offered these deals or whatever it is per se, and if they don't take them, next thing you know, these people are going crazy. They've gone crazy. They get put out in the limelight as crazy people, or they've done something, or they're out of their minds, or just something. They're not normal anymore to try to make them look bad. How often have we seen that happen, you guys? He was just saying, Martin Lawrence, he went wackadoodle, they said, a few years back because he wasn't going to take part in all this bullshit. And guess what happened? We didn't see Martin Lawrence in anything for how long, you guys, until the new Bad Boys come out. Nothing. He used to be in everything. Okay? That's happened with a lot of people. You got to wonder why. Wendy Williams, yeah, that was another scenario with her too. I'm telling you, these people, they get shafted, blacklisted because they don't play the game. I hope those people are the ones that step forward and say, this is what, and people listen to them now, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we hear those stories.
And it always happens around the time in their career where it seems as though they're crossing over the next plateau.
Yeah. Would you say you lost your mind, sort of?
No,
No.
not exactly.
Dave basically said that he wasn't interested in reaching the top because when you've got that much money, people have a vested interest in controlling you. You can see it now with Diddy's mess unfolding. It seems like there are even bigger players above him pulling the strings, probably because they're mixed up in the same shady things. And that's why Kanye mentioned Diddy, saying how celebs get blackmailed and manipulated by their puppet masters.
And this truth is going to be heard. Y'all can't send none of y'all Meek Mills, y'all Puppies, y'all Lil Boozies, none of these names, none of these people that have to listen to y'all because they have legal. I never killed nobody, right? I'm the that never killed nobody, right? But that means I can say whatever I want and not go to jail.
Now, when Kanye stirred things up with his talk about people who control the entertainment industry, Dave wasted no time jumping into the conversation. In fact, his whole SNL monologue was pretty much all
Kind of makes you wonder about Kanye. Kanye has come out and said a lot of crazy things, done a lot of crazy things, and everybody looked at him like, okay, Kanye's a little wackadoodle right there, right? Is he crazy? Or did he say no? I'm just saying.
about Kanye. Besides that, Dave's been vocal before about how the big shots in the industry, the same ones Diddy's supposedly connected to, tried to pull his strings and mess with his career. He even hinted once that to reach the top tiers of fame, you have to do some unsavory things for the folks running the show. And he didn't mean figuratively.
When I took 12 years off and you put me right back on top when I came back, I couldn't thank you enough. You have kept me free. I have not had to do what so many of my colleagues have to do because of you. I have no idea what dicks taste like.
So naturally, when all this drama with Diddy blew up, fans were waiting for Dave to weigh in. Diddy's been accused of exploiting Black people in the industry for years, and with the help of his higher-ups, you'd think someone like Dave Chappelle would have something to say about it. But ever since Cassie filed that lawsuit against Diddy, Dave's been radio silent. Now, nobody's expecting Dave to drop a formal statement or anything, but as a comedian, you'd think he'd crack a joke or two about the biggest story in Hollywood. But it seems like there might be more to Dave's silence than meets the eye. A recent article from Daily Mail popped up showing Dave and Diddy having dinner together not long after it came out that Diddy was getting the BET Lifetime Achievement Award. According to the Mail, Dave and Diddy were in good spirits, and they even left the dinner together in the same car. So does this mean that Dave's gone and sold out to Diddy? I mean, it's pretty wild to think that a guy who turned down $50 million would cozy up to someone like him. Now, keep in mind that when Dave and Diddy were spotted having dinner together, Diddy reportedly already knew that Cassie was getting ready to sue him. And rumor has it that Diddy tried to throw Cassie off her game by intimidating her at the BET Awards. When he was up on stage accepting his award, Diddy gave Cassie a shout out. And in hindsight, this definitely sounds like it was a threat.
Yeah, and also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
So the fact that Dave Chappelle was grabbing dinner with Diddy right before Cassie's lawsuit hit the headlines is definitely raising some eyebrows. I mean, how did these two even become friends, especially with Dave's track record of poking fun at Diddy on the Chappelle Show? But wait, there's more to this whole Diddy and Dave saga. Not only is Dave hanging out with Diddy all of a sudden, but he's also stirring the pot by calling out Cat Williams over his love.
Very true, Bobby.
Dave called out Cat for only going after black comedians and hinted that Cat might be projecting his own issues onto others in the industry. But here's the kicker. Even though Dave gave props to Cat as one of the best in the game, he didn't leave it there. He went on to accuse Cat of painting some pretty ugly pictures of his fellow comedians. Now, these comments are stirring up a storm among fans, and they're hitting back by reminding everyone of this gem from Cat's time on Club Shay Shay. Cat dropped this deep line saying that it's not about race, it's about which side you're on, God's side or the other side.
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
Cat's fans are clutching onto this quote like it's pure gold and pushing back against Dave's claims about Cat targeting black comedians. Meanwhile, there's also a wave of disappointment sweeping through Dave's OG fan base. A lot of folks are feeling let down, especially considering Dave's newfound friendship with none other than Diddy. You see, fans had this certain image of Dave, the bold and principled comedian who wasn't afraid to stir things up. But now with him cozying up to Diddy all out of the blue, it's like a total curveball that caught many off guard. And then there's Cat Williams, who said you'll never catch him doing weird stuff for a check because he doesn't have a price tag attached to his name.
Had to be a choice 20 years ago that I'm not going to wear makeup or get Botox, even though I know them things will make me look better, but I don't really want to look better. What I want is, I want the Cat Williams that you see in the movie. I want that to be the same dude you see at the gas station. That's what I was trying to do. My fans think like, oh, he's been blackballed. Yes, but now I heard a comedian say, yeah, but you see Cat Williams ain't selling soap or diapers or none of that, because they think like I've been blackballed and I'm not, I don't do sponsorships or endorsements because I'm blackballed. But the truth is, in 20 years, I've never been on a commercial audition in my life. Like, I never let my tour get sponsored when I was broke or now. Like, I don't take free clothes. Like, I dress myself. Like, I don't have a stylist. Like, my point is, I can't win over there because I don't play. I don't participate. Like, you can't buy me, not because I'm not for sale. You can't buy me because I'm not in the store. It's different.
Cat made it crystal clear he's not up for sale. And now fans are drawing comparisons to Dave Chappelle's journey. Because how did Dave go from turning down that $50 million deal and publicly exposing the Hollywood gatekeepers to cozying up to Diddy and being scared to say anything about the powers that be? One fan said, Dave hanging out with Diddy makes you question him. If the industry tried to destroy you, why would you go around with one of their gatekeepers? And another one added, Dave Chappelle has either been cloned or sold out. He's not the same Dave from the Chappelle Show, SMH. But what's your take on folks labeling Dave Chappelle a sellout? And why do you think he's suddenly kicking it with Diddy? Drop your thoughts in the comment section below. And don't miss out on...
There it is, you guys. It's happened.
Uh-oh. It's 11:22. He'll be back, y'all. It's the lizard people.
Good old 11:22. Jesus. Anyway, so yeah, guys, like I said, these people are the people that said no. And there's going to be more of them coming. I tell you, there is. And hopefully they can stand together against this shit. And hopefully it stops. And we're going to be looking into more of this, I'm telling you, because there's a lot more coming. There's a lot more coming. I'm just making sure I got any updates. And this isn't typically what I cover, you guys, but because of what it involves, I'm going to cover it. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. You don't get to get away with it. As soon as you mention the word sex trafficking and stuff like that, that's my eyes and ears are open, folks. Just saying. And it makes it even better to shut these people off, to shut these people down that think that they're untouchable. I hate that worse than anything. So once again, like I said, there's going to be a whole lot more. And I'm I was asked in 3 or 4 emails I got, by the way, before we get out of here tonight, because I live in Ohio.
Well, it's people like you that are going to keep this alive because you know what's going to happen as well as I do. Mainstream is going to stop covering this because they're going to be forced to stop covering
I don't care. Yeah, of course. I don't care. I will not shut my mouth. I will not shut up about this until they make it right. That's fact. Because that's what's happened for so long, for too long. They've either paid people off, threatened people, or throw a script at the news media channels. You ain't gonna do that to me. And I'm sure there's gonna be others out there that'll be screaming about this too. It's not gonna happen, guys. I'm not gonna shut my mouth about it because that's what the whole problem is. The whole problem is everybody's either been paid off, threatened, blackmailed, shut down, disconnected. There's too many of us out here now that can make noise about it, that they can't shut us down. They can say, oh, they're crazy, they're this and that. Are we, though? Are we crazy? Because we've been watching this and sitting back, Bianca said it, waiting for this to happen, knowing that it was going to come. Here we are. And now it's time to make some noise about it and let everybody know that it's real and it's way bigger than people think it is. And like I said, I don't think any of us that are talking about it are going to shut up about it until it stops at this point. So anyway, as far as that goes, yes. I will be making noise about this and more of it. So I've gotten multiple 3, 4, 5 emails about living in Ohio and what's going on in Springfield, folks. It's being, in my opinion, I could be proved wrong. I could be. I live right here, but I could be proved wrong. I think it's being over exaggerated in a bad way because I don't care where you live, Ohio, LA, Oregon, Missouri, Minnesota, whatever. Okay. People don't like change. Okay. They don't like the things that they're used to every day to change. I don't. I'm sure mom doesn't like her everyday rituals and schedules to get wrench thrown into it. Nobody does. You like things to go smoothly. You like things to be the way they are. You get comfortable with situations and you live your life. Well, now because of this immigration shit, and it's not a good thing. We've had people shoved down our throats. We didn't ask for it, and we already don't have enough resources to suffice the rest of us. But then they're shoving all this down our throats and taking more away from us. That's why people are getting upset. They're taking things away from us that we already don't have. So the people are speaking out. I think that it's been highly over-exaggerated. I think J.D. Vance came out and did a little bit of a speech and said that a lot of it was made up. The girl that ate the cat, I want to stress this. This I know for a fact. And I even showed the video in here. The woman that ate the cat was not Haitian. She was born and raised in Ohio, in that area, grew up in that area. She just had a mental breakdown of sorts. She needed medicated. She needed hospitalized. She needed some help. So they took that and they ran with it and connected it to the Haitian crisis. Now, I'm not saying that there's not stuff going on. I'm not saying that there's not an over influx of people coming in and overtaking this area for whatever being. They're destroying the neighborhoods. They don't have to pay for anything. They're not paying bills. They're not paying for their trash to be removed. They're not paying their utilities. So the things are getting shut down and it's destroying people's homes. Things like that is what's happening. That's not good either. But they're not attacking people and eating their animals and taking their pets and stuff like that. They have seen that happen with certain things, but not like they're expressing it. Okay. There was a group of Haitians that said, this is not in our culture. They did an interview with some people, and we don't do these kinds of things. I don't know why this is being said. The problem is they need the immigration issue itself needs to be shut down. You cannot bring in hundreds of thousands of people into an area that didn't have those people before, unregistered, without driver's licenses, without the ability to be employed, without the abilities that they should have coming into an area to be able to be productive. They shouldn't have any of that. They shouldn't have that ability to do that. So I think some of it has been over exaggerated. I'm looking into it because I live here. I've been watching it closely because I live here, and I don't want it to spread to where I'm at, of course, because we don't need anything. It won't happen out here. I tell you that right now. I live in a very rural area. Things like that will never happen where I live at. Everybody that lives around me is armed, and they stand true to their homes, if that makes any sense. If people come to your door that you don't know and you're not comfortable with, they leave a different way. I'll put it that way. That's what happens where I live at. So it won't happen here. Inner city areas, okay. Now, another thing that I want to put out too is Springfield was made out to be this quiet, nothing ever happens there, very nice place to live. Guys, Springfield is not like that, and it never was. Okay. It's a very low income area. Yeah, it was quiet, but it wasn't quiet like the country quiet. Okay. They had their issues already before this even started happening. So just put it that way. So don't get it wrong. Now, like I said, I'm monitoring all of this stuff to see what is actually going on because I live here. I don't want to see it get to me. But it's still, yes, Leslie, not Ohio, but Springfield. Yes. It's being over exaggerated in a sense. That's what I can say. Hold on a minute here. Let me show you this real quick too. This is something that I just saw this earlier today. Hold on.
Police were also rejecting those claims, saying there's.
Now, a lot of people have come to me and said, well, everybody's saying it's not happening because they're kind of covered up. They don't want everybody to know about it, so on and so forth. Okay. You think about it for a minute. Hold on.
It is a so unfortunate situation targeting the Haitian immigrants as eating pets or dogs. So we do not have that in our culture.
A Haitian community activist in Springfield speaking out against those false claims about people in his community eating pets and wildlife. He thanks the city's mayor and police for also rejecting those claims, saying there's no evidence to any of the reports. We've told you this week about how Springfield is in the political spotlight and front and center in the hot button issue of immigration.
And of course, we've been talking about this for days now. Despite the claims being called out as flat out false, it's something a number of Republican leaders have called out this week, including former President Donald Trump. A big part of it has to do with a 911 call making its way across social media as a witness claims to see immigrants catching geese in the city.
Now, it happened in August. Today, police there released that call to ABC6.
I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand. And I saw that. I'm like, yeah, this has got to be reported.
So how many geese did they have?
They each had 1.
All right, listen to this. According to this report, the caller could tell they were Haitian because he heard them speaking Creole. We reached out to the caller. He did not want to talk to us on camera, but said police and ODNR followed up with him. We've reached out to ODNR to see if a report has been filed. We have yet to hear back.
The claims being made about Haitian immigrants in Springfield have pastors across the area coming together to speak out about what it's doing to the community. Our Stephanie Dupre kicks off our team coverage with more on their message.
Well, nearly 20 pastors were here this afternoon addressing Springfield being in the spotlight, and each person who spoke was debunking all of those rumors, saying that immigrants eating wildlife and people's pets is just simply not true. Many people spoke this afternoon, and the whole press conference was more about sending the message of love and welcoming immigrants and really just anyone to the area. And while they did plead for more resources to help maintain so many people, They also had emotional responses about what they're calling misinformation. We also heard from a leader within the Haitian community here in Springfield.
No, they are not eating cats. And as our government said, dogs. We haven't seen one account of that. And let me assure you that if that was happening here in our city, I would have received complaints about it.
People, high-ranking people in power should try to control their narrative, their rhetoric, because what they say can affect an entire country, can affect a community, can affect mental health of people, especially a vulnerable group of people. So we believe in humanity. We believe that they can do better.
And after the press conference, the group held a prayer and then was calling on state and national leaders for an apology. On your side in Springfield, I'm Stephanie Dupre, ABC 6 News.
Hey guys, I have a YouTube channel and I'm working on a video about the debate with everything going on, and I was hoping I could talk to somebody and get an opinion about what's going on in Springfield. Is there anybody?
Unfortunately, we don't have time. We kind of want to hurry right now.
Okay, it'll just be like 1 minute. I just want to know if somebody has an opinion.
We cannot. So sorry. We appreciate we're about something else. We're about to leave. So
Okay, just 1 minute. How come no? There's
yes.
There's nobody that can talk? Nobody. Okay. You guys were like standing around when I pulled up, though. Okay. All right. I guess nobody wants to talk. As soon as I show up, they scatter. I don't understand it. Okay. Like, I walk up and I'm like, hey, let's talk. And they're like, oh, we have something to do. And they literally just all ran off. Like, ran inside, got in their cars and left. All right. Oh, she's getting aggressive. Mm-hmm. All right. She's getting aggressive. Go straight. Straight. Oh, this lady's taking my video. How is this lady getting? Okay. So that was me at the Haitian Support Center in Springfield, Ohio. We went there to try to talk to the Haitian people. I said, things are crazy here. I want to hear your side of the story. And instead of talking to me, pretty much just tried to run me out of the parking lot, told me, get out of here. Got all threatening like. It was at that moment I was like, things in Springfield are weird. So
I didn't hear one person or see one person threaten him. What's up, Wilby? Not one, but okay. This is part of what the problem is right here.
Spent 2 days here in Springfield, and I'm going to tell you exactly what's happening here. I'm going to squash the rumors that you're hearing about things, and I'm going to tell you about stuff that you didn't even know about. And I'm going to point out what all this means. And it's pretty scary, to be honest with you. There's a battle going on in just about as middle America as you can get. Right here in Springfield, Ohio.
Sure, everybody's got an opinion.
Well, how do you feel about what's going on around here, man?
I don't like it.
What part do you not like?
I don't like them being here, if you want to know the honest to God truth.
There is your answer to everything right there. As I told you, they don't like them being there. It's interrupting their daily, everyday schedule, routine. It's change. People don't like change, folks. They don't like them being there. That is the answer to the entire problem right there, what that man just said.
I don't think none of them should be here. But I guess that's the way old Biden and them want it. So as long as they're president, that's how it's going to be. And they're just going to keep coming, too. They ain't stopping. So hopefully we can get a different president, because the stuff, why did they bring so many of them to this small town?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They swamped this town. My neighborhood used to be a mix. white, African American, Mexican, a good mix. Now, I'm completely surrounded by nothing but Haitians.
Now, Springfield, it's a small city in the middle of Ohio. It's surrounded by corn and beans. Not the kind of place that you think would be the center of the new immigration debate, but it is. Springfield has seen some hard times. There's a bunch of people here that live in poverty. It's kind of a Rust Belt place that used to be important. A bunch of jobs got sent overseas. A bunch of van factories. A lot of people are struggling. There's drugs and crime all over. You know the story. But they're actually getting better. Their downtown's getting better. They knocked down a bunch of buildings. People are starting to have pride in the place. They're like, hey, we're actually getting better. Doing a lot better than a lot of other places in Ohio I've seen. And unlike some other cities in Ohio, they've actually been able to get some companies to come in here, and it's brought in a lot of jobs. But that's where the controversy starts. That's where the problem starts. Because some of the companies here, they said, we can't find any Springfield people that want to work or can work. So how are we going to fill these open positions? So they hired somebody to find a solution, and they found a bunch of Haitians that said, we'll come up there, we'll work. It sounds like it was working out for everybody. Well, those 500 people turned into 5,000 people, and now there's 20,000 Haitians at least in Springfield. They only had 50,000 people here, and everybody here is freaking out.
Thanks for joining me tonight, Mom. Much love.
Yep.
Get a good night's sleep.
I'm headed to bed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here tonight.
And a great show once again. And chat, I'm headed to bed. You guys make good choices.
You too, ma'am. Don't work too hard tomorrow. I'll see you soon.
Oh, never that. Good night.
Bye-bye. And don't get me wrong, you guys. I'm not comfortable with the immigration issue at all, by any means. I'm not. It's wrong. The way it's being done, it's wrong. There's ways to do this, okay? There are ways to do this. There's rules set in place for a reason. Rules are not made to be broken. They're doing it wrong. They're shoving these people all so many in one little area. That's not how you do this, okay? That's what the problem is. And the people that live here don't know what to do with this. They're scared of it, okay? And I don't blame them. But this is being turned upside down into something else that it's not. That's the problem. They could have spread these people out into a way larger range of area, but they shoved them all right here. Why? Why did you put them all right here? Is it because this is a low-income area? Because it was a depressed area, so let's just make it worse? It's not going to hurt them. They're already that way. That's not the way you think about this, okay? That is not the way you think about this. That is not the answer to this. This country's huge, and it's huge. There is no reason that all of these people had to be put into one little city in one small state. Makes no sense to me. They could have spread these people out all over the United States, and it would have probably not even made much of a difference. You see what I'm saying? Moving forward.
What is going on? It is causing all kinds of problems here.
And that's my other biggest problem, guys, is we don't take care of our own people. We don't. Look at me. I've been struggling to get and fighting to get disability for 2.5 years. I'm a retired firefighter, EMS worker. Put my life on the line to save other people's lives, and I have to fight to get disability that I paid into for years. And they're bringing people into our country without being registered and shoving them into these small towns and freaking everybody that lives there out. It's an issue. It is an issue. Don't get me wrong. But what they're doing is they're turning this into something else. They're trying to start a war. That way they don't have to put their hands on it. That's my opinion. People may disagree, and that's okay. I respect that, okay? They're trying to start a war, and they're going to let everybody else deal with it their way. And then when it comes down and it causes all these problems, they're going to step back and go, I don't know what happened. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. That's the problem. And that's true too, Walt. It's very hard to come here legally. That's another problem. They've done this almost in a sense on purpose, and it's really, really not good. They're pitting our people against each other. That's not good. And the thing is this is even attacked like Haitians that have lived here for 25, 35 years, that have jobs, that have, you know, residents set up and have families that they've been doing. People are going at them now like they have nothing to do with this. That, you know, they're on paper. They're here legally per se. What are you talking about, Phil? No, that's not what that guy just described. What guy? Do you realize that is exactly what happened in Michigan with an influx of African Americans in the audio industry and the racism and oh yeah, no, I saw some of that. Phil, I know what you're talking about. Okay, I know what you mean. And that's true too, Sherry. We're not allowed to do that. Why? Not that we would want to, but still, why is it okay for it to be done this way, but we can't do it? You see what I'm saying? What's good for the goose should be good for the gander. Right. That I agree with. I understand. All right, let's finish up with some of this.
This is called as the Cloward Piven strategy. It was formed in the 60s, man. It's called displacement. They're displacing our community. What they're doing is they dropped all these people in our community, which cranked the prices of everything up. Everything, the houses, the groceries, everything. Everything is through the roof. The prices of used cars on Marketplace, they're buying everything with cash. They're paying cash for houses. I've never been able to pay cash for a house in my life, you know?
Where are they getting their cash?
Biden bucks, if you ask me. They get it on a card. When they come here, I hear that they get a telephone that has an app on it. They get this money loaded through this app, comes on a card. I mean, you see them. Go to the check exchange places. Go to the local ATMs. Go hang out around the ATM around here. You about can't get no money out of it because there's a line of them there doing 6 transactions.
But I can tell you personally that when I worked at the grocery store and I cashed them out, the receipts were alarming. $13,000 on EBT food, not including the $29,000 that was on EBT cash.
They had $30,000 on their EBT cash balance left.
Yes.
And as a cashier, you can see that.
Yes.
And you're like, holy shit, what do you have 30?
See, there's the problem. Why are they getting that when people like me can't get disability? That's been here my whole life. This is the problem I have with this. Okay? This is why people are angry about this and these other things are happening. Okay? That's where this is coming from.
30 grand on
It's infuriating.
On one person's car.
It's infuriating. Yes, sir.
So they're not getting $600 to $1,500
and while they're
a month.
dressed very well, very well, how are you able to dress like that? Coming over here as running for help that we're supposedly helping them. How are you dressed like that when we, the American people, are scrapping for the next set of work boots? That's a problem. That's a serious problem. And I'm not doing very well swallowing that pill.
Where's this money? Where would they be getting all tens of thousands of dollars of EBT cash?
When you go down to the Job and Family Services right down here, don't even dare tell me that you guys are not giving them money, because I have personally seen it with my own eyes.
That much money, though?
Oh, they are standing out the doors. What? They are standing out the doors to the point, why is a 5-month pregnant woman still waiting to get assistance as an American citizen when she applied 5 months ago and is just now finding out that she was accepted as of August 15th?
Schools. I hear the schools are, you have kids in the school system. I hear that schools are overwhelmed with immigrants.
Yeah.
How has it affected the schools?
It's taking out of our children's curriculum because we have so many non-English speaking students, and now the teachers are having to incorporate that into their curriculum every day. And more so, I mean, it's just dealing with the influx of people. It's hard for the attention to be on the specific people that we need it here in our community, truly.
Healthcare, I hear the hospitals are overwhelmed. Have you noticed? Do you have any issues with that at all?
I personally have not going in there, but I do have family that works in the hospital systems here, and they say a lot of it.
President Trump said those comments that really set off a storm in Springfield. And maybe that's good. Maybe the results are good because it has brought so much attention to Springfield, but the focus should not be on cats and dogs. It should be on the stress of the social services here, the hospitals, the police, the jobs and family services. That's where the
also
real
new as well
issues
here.
are.
Witnesses
Traffic,
are telling ABC 13 about the moment that
medical
SUV
care,
hit the
all of
valve.
that
Alex Bozargian is joining us live now with what they
stretched
saw.
beyond the
Alex?
capacity of this county.
The couple described what they
Hang on,
saw
guys.
as surreal, almost as if it was happening.
I have no idea how that happened. That was weird. Hey, Taylor. Anyway, I was just trying to explain to the people that have been like sending me stuff that I think that a lot of this has been over exaggerated. What's up? But what are we talking about here? Anyway, there's no reason for anybody to get upset with anybody. Truly, this is not, it's not that serious that people need to get upset. Okay. I don't mean cap. I don't mind caps in here because I use caps because it's hard for me to see. So just relax, guys. Just relax. It's not that serious. I don't see anybody getting upset. Truly, I don't. But okay. All I'm telling you guys is from what I've seen as being an Ohio resident, I don't see it being as bad as the news has made it look. Okay. Truly, I don't. I think it's been over exaggerated. That's all. And I'm watching it. I'm watching it because if it does become an issue, of course I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to show it the real thing, where the real issue is. People have said, I believe that law enforcement and public officials are covering it up, Dago. I don't think they are. And this, again, is an opinion I have because I don't 100% know for sure. But I see a lot of people. I see both people talking about both sides of it. There's people that are living there that are locals that are saying that it hasn't happened that way. And there's people that are living there that are saying that it has. There's also people that are living there that are saying that they don't want them there, but they're also saying that the other stuff didn't happen. So you got to take it for what it is, you guys. You know what I'm saying? And believe me, I'm following it because, like I said, I live here and I don't want to see that happen to the people that live in this state. They're trying to force people to, they're trying to scare people to death is what they're trying to do. They're trying to scare people into causing the issue, to pushing the issues is what it is. At least that's my opinion. So that's all. I don't know. It is a bit of a mess. And it's probably going to get worse. Okay. We just got to try to stay logical with this scenario. We got to try to focus on what factual information is, as we do with everything out here. Have a good night, Blue Eyes. So again, that's all I'm saying. You know, we just need to pay attention, watch and pay attention to the truth. And again, guys, there's no reason to not respect people's feelings on these things or respect their opinions. Okay. It's not that important. If you're not living there, if you're not affected by it, there's no reason to be upset because somebody else thinks differently of you. And even if you did live there and you were affected by it, it's still, you can still respect what somebody else thinks about it. Okay. That's all I'm saying. You know, there's no reason to get overly upset about something like that. There really isn't. Unless it happened to you personally and you have proof of that and you're saying, hey, this is what happened to me personally, and somebody's being insulting, that's different. Okay. That I understand. But yeah, this is an election year, guys. Don't forget that. Crazy things happen in an election year always. So hey, Cheryl, good to see you. That's another thing too, is you know, not to get into political talking, but our government wastes so much money on things that they definitely shouldn't and don't put it on the places that it should be. That's fact. Welcome, Norma. It's good to see you. Kel. I don't know. They're probably about the same size. What happened with Miss Norma? Let me see. Oh, Lord. I'm so sorry to hear that, Miss Norma. I hope you're getting better. I know broken ribs hurt. I broke 3 ribs before. It's not fun. Well, have a good night, Tomboy. It was good to see you for the short period of time you was here. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to shut down anyway, guys. It's getting late. I've been in here for 4.5 hours. So, let me see. No, that's true too, Chick. And I understand that. I do. I understand that completely. Walt, you're a mess, bro. Yeah, I've seen that too. Thank you, Cal. Thank you guys for being here tonight, guys. I appreciate you guys. I agree with that, Demon. That's fact. I've always said that. We have veterans and people sleeping on the sidewalks, homeless, right outside where our wonderful president sits every day. And while he's signing bills, sending money across to other foreign countries, those people are still there homeless. I don't understand that. I never will. It makes no sense to me. That's where my problem lies with a lot of this stuff, truly. So, just saying. Anyway, guys, thank you for tuning in tonight. I appreciate you guys more than you know. Like I said, it was an open discussion to talk about a little bit of whatever. And I enjoyed it very much. You guys have all made great points on a lot of the things we've looked at. It's been quite interesting, to say the least. But they won't pay our rent, utilities. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. It is very hard to get help with the programs around here that are supposed to be for us when we're in a bad way. But these people are getting it left and right. I understand. I understand where the anger comes from. I do. I really do. Thank you, Walt. Thank you very much. And Cheryl, thank you. I appreciate you very much. But again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Guys, please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are amazing. You guys are the reason why I come out here every day and night to do what I do. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't. And I promise you that much. Other than that, folks, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I hopefully will see you here tomorrow at a normal time. I pray to God I don't get any more surprises like yesterday or earlier today. Other than that, guys, much love to every one of you. You guys are amazing. Good night. God bless. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Delving down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and loneliness, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls